Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics Part 2 of the thing, that which stands at an equal remove from each of the extremes, which is in fact one and the same thing for all, though in relation to us, it is that which neither takes too much nor is deficient. But this is not one thing, nor is it the same for all. For example, if 10 is much but 2 is few, 6 is a middle term for those who take it in reference to the thing itself, for it both exceeds and is exceeded by an equal amount, and this is the middle term according to the arithmetic proportion. But one ought not to grasp in this way the middle term relative to us, for if eating 10 pounds is a lot but 2 pounds too little, the trainer will not prescribe 6 pounds, since perhaps even this is a lot or a little for him who will take it. For Milo, it would be too little. For someone just starting gymnastic training, it would be too much. It is similar in the case of running and in that of wrestling. Thus every knower of the excess and the deficiency avoids them, but seeks out the middle term and chooses this, yet not a middle belonging to the thing in question but rather the one relative to us. Indeed, every science in this way brings its work to a good conclusion, by looking to the middle term and guiding the works toward this. Hence people are accustomed to saying that there is nothing to take away from or add to works that are in a good state, on the grounds that the good state is destroyed by excess and deficiency but the mean preserves it, and the good craftsmen, as we say, perform their work by looking to this. Virtue is more precise and better than every art, as is nature as well. If all this is so, then virtue would be skillful in aiming at the middle term. But I mean moral virtue, for it is concerned with passions and actions, and it is in these that excess, deficiency, and the middle term reside. For example, it is possible to be afraid, to be confident, to desire, to be angry, to feel pity, and, in general, to feel pleasure and pain to a greater or lesser degree than one ought, and in both cases this is not good. But to feel them when one ought and at the things one ought, in relation to those people whom one ought, for the sake of what and as one ought, all these constitute the middle as well as what is best, which is in fact what belongs to virtue. Similarly, in the case of actions too, there is an excess, deficiency, and the middle term. Virtue is concerned with passions and actions, in which the excess is in error and the deficiency is blamed. 17 But the middle term is praised and guides one correctly, and both, praise and correct guidance, belong to virtue. Virtue, therefore, is a certain mean, since it, at any rate, is skillful in aiming at the middle term. Further, while it is possible to be in error in many ways, for what is bad is unlimited, or indeterminate, as the Pythagoreans used to conjecture, what is good, limited, or determinate, there is only one way to guide someone correctly. And thus the former is easy, the latter hard. It is easy to miss the target, hard to hit it. On account of these considerations, then, to vice belongs the excess and the deficiency, to virtue the mean. For people are good in one way, but in all kinds of ways bad. Virtue, therefore, is a characteristic marked by choice, residing in the mean relative to us, a characteristic defined by reason and as the prudent person would define it. Virtue is also a mean with respect to two vices, the one vice related to excess, the other to deficiency, and further, it is a mean because some vices fall short of and others exceed what should be the case in both passions and actions, whereas virtue discovers and chooses the middle term. Thus, with respect to its being and the definition that states what it is, virtue is a mean, but with respect to what is best and the doing of something well, it is an extreme. But not every action or every passion admits of the mean, for some have names that are immediately associated with baseness, for example, spitefulness, shamelessness, envy, and, when it comes to actions, adultery, theft, and murder. For all these things, and those like them, are spoken of as being themselves base, rather than just their excesses or deficiencies. It is never possible, then, to be correct as regards them, but one is always in error, and it is not possible to do what concerns such things well or not well, by committing adultery with the woman one ought and when and as one ought. Rather, doing any of these things whatever is simply in error. Similar to this, then, is thinking it right that, as regards committing injustice, being a coward, and acting licentiously, there is a mean, an excess, and a deficiency. In this way there will be a mean of an excess and of a deficiency, an excess of an excess, and a deficiency of a deficiency. And just as there is no excess and deficiency of moderation and courage, on AC times not the usual word translated as good, agathos, but the more poetic esthlos. The author of the verse is unknown. Count of the middle terms being somehow an extreme, so too there would not be a mean or an excess and a deficiency of those base acts mentioned above, rather, however they are done, they are in error. For in general there is neither a mean of an excess and of deficiency nor an excess and deficiency of a mean. Chapter 7. One must not only state this definition in general terms but also make it harmonize with the particulars involved. For in the case of arguments concerning actions, the general arguments are of wider application, whereas those pertaining to a part are truer. Actions concern particulars, and it is with these that the arguments ought to accord. One must grasp these particulars from the following outline. Concerning fear and confidence, then, courage is a mean. Among those characterized by an excess, he who is excessive in fearlessness is nameless. In fact, many of these characteristics are nameless, and he who is excessive in feeling confident is reckless. He who is excessive in being afraid and deficient in feeling confident is a coward. Concerning pleasures and pains, not all of them, and to a lesser degree as regards pains the mean is moderation, the excess, licentiousness. But those who are deficient when it comes to pleasures do not arise very much, and thus people of this sort too have not attained a name. Let them be the insensible. Concerning the giving and taking of money, the mean is liberality, the excess and deficiency, prodigality and stinginess respectively. but they are excessive and deficient in contrary respects. The prodigal person is excessive in spending but deficient in taking, whereas the stingy is excessive in taking but deficient in spending. Now, at present we are speaking in outline and summarily, being satisfied with just that, but later what pertains to them will be defined more precisely. Concerning money, there are also other dispositions. The mean is magnificence, for the magnificent person differs from the liberal, the former being concerned with great things, the latter with small. The excess is vulgarity and crassness, the deficiency, parsimony. These differ from matters related to liberality, but how they differ will be stated later. Or, common to more things, koinoteroi. Some translators and commentators follow an alternative reading, kinoteroi, that might be rendered as follows. The general arguments are entiate concerning honor and dishonor. The mean is greatness of soul, the excess, what is said to be a certain vanity, the deficiency, smallness of soul. And just as we were saying that liberality bears a relation to magnificence, though it differs by being concerned with small things, so also there is a certain other virtue that bears a relation to greatness of soul, the latter being concerned with great honor, the former with small. For it is possible to long for honor as one ought and more or less than one ought. The person who is excessive in his longings in this regard is said to be ambitious, the deficient unambitious, while the one in the middle is nameless. And the dispositions are in fact nameless, except the ambition of the ambitious person. This is why people at the extremes lay claim to the middle ground, and we sometimes call the person in the middle ambitious, sometimes unambitious, and sometimes we praise the ambitious person, sometimes the unambitious one. What the cause is, on account of which we do this, will be stated subsequently. For now, let us speak about what remains in the manner that has guided us thus far. In what concerns anger too there is an excess, a deficiency, and a mean, and although these are pretty much nameless, let us call the mean gentleness, since we speak of the person in the middle as gentle. Of those at the extremes, let he who is excessive be irascible, the vice irascibility, and let he who is deficient be a sort of unirascible person, the deficiency, unirascibility. There are also three other means, and though they bear a certain similarity to one another, they also differ from one another. For all are concerned with our sharing in speeches and actions, but they differ because one of them is concerned with the truth in such speeches and actions, the others with what is pleasant in them. Of these latter, one is found in times of play, the other in all that relates to life, as a whole. One must speak about these two, then, so that we may see better that in all things, the mean is praiseworthy and the extremes are neither praiseworthy nor correct but instead blameworthy. Now, the majority of these are nameless, and yet one must try, as in the case of the others as well, to fashion a name for them for the sake of clarity and ease of following along. Concerning the truth, then, let the person in the middle be said to be somebody truthful, and the mean, truthfulness, the pretense that exaggerates is boastfulness, and he who possesses it, a boaster, whereas that which understates is irony, and he who possesses it, an ironist. As for what 110 say UOSB is pleasant in times of play, he who is in the middle is witty, and the disposition, wittiness, the excess is buffoonery, and he who possesses it, a buffoon, while he who is deficient is a sort of bore, and the characteristic, boorishness. As for the remaining part of what is pleasant, which is found in life, as a whole, he who is pleasant as he ought to be is friendly, and the relevant mean, friendliness. But he who is friendly in excess is obsequious, if he is such for no reason, but if he is excessively friendly for his own advantage, he is a flatterer. He who is deficient and is in all things unpleasant is a sort of quarrelsome and surly person. There are also means in the passions and concerning the passions. For a sense of shame is not a virtue, but he who is bashful f4 is praised. In these things too there is one person said to be in the middle, another who is in excess, like the shy person who feels shame in everything. He who is deficient in this or is generally ashamed of nothing is shameless, whereas he who is in the middle is bashful. Indignation is a mean between envy and spitefulness, and these concern pleasure and pain at the fortunes that befall one's neighbors. The indignant person is pained at those who fare well undeservedly. The envious person exceeds him because he is pained at anyone's faring well. The spiteful is so deficient in feeling pain at the misfortune of others, that he even delights in it. But about these types, there will be an opportunity to speak elsewhere. As for justice, since it is not spoken of in a simple way, after we have gone through each of the meanings of justice, we will say how they are means, and similarly also with the rational virtues. Chapter 8. There are, then, three dispositions, two of them vices, one relating to an excess, the other to a deficiency, and one of them a virtue, namely, the mean. All are in some way opposed to all. The extremes are contrary both to the middle disposition and to each other, while the middle disposition is contrary to the extremes. For just as the equal is greater when compared to what is lesser and lesser when compared to what is greater, so the middle characteristics are excessive when compared to the deficient characteristics, but deficient when compared to the excessive, in both passions and actions. For the courageous person appears reckless when compared to the coward, but when compared to the reckless, a coward. And similarly, the moderate person appears licentious when compared to the insensible one, but when compared to the licentious, insensible, the liberal person, when compared to the stingy, appears prodigal, but when compared to the prodigal, stingy. Hence each of those at the extremes pushes the person in the middle over to the other extreme. The coward calls the courageous man reckless, the reckless calls him a coward, and analogously in the case of the others. And although these are opposed to one another in this way, the greatest contrariety lies with the extremes in relation to each other rather than in relation to the middle term. For these extremes stand at a greater remove from each other than they do from the middle term, just as the great stands at a greater remove from the small and the small from the great than either stands from the equal. Further, there appears to be a certain similarity of some extremes to the middle term, as recklessness has some similarity to courage and prodigality to liberality, but the extremes have the greatest dissimilarity to one another. For example, it is not recklessness, which is an excess, but rather cowardice, which is a deficiency, that is more opposed to courage. Then again, it is not insensibility, which is a deficiency, but rather licentiousness, an excess, that is more opposed to moderation. This occurs through two causes, one being the result of the thing itself, by dint of the one extremes being closer and more similar to the middle. We set not this extreme but rather its contrary in greater opposition to the middle term. For example, since recklessness seems more similar and closer to courage, but cowardice less similar, we posit cowardice as being in greater opposition to the middle term than is recklessness. Things at a greater remove from the middle term seem to be more contrary to it. This, then, is one cause, which results from the thing itself. The other cause results from us ourselves. For those things to which we somehow more naturally incline appear to a greater degree contrary to the middle term. For example, we ourselves are naturally more inclined toward pleasures, hence we have a greater propensity toward licentiousness than orderliness. We say, then, that those things toward which our tendency is greater are to a greater degree contraries of the mean, and on this account licentiousness, which is an excess, is more contrary to moderation than is insensibility. Chapter 9. That moral virtue is a mean, then, and how it is such, that it is a mean between two vices, the one relating to excess, the other to deficiency, and that it is such on account of its being skilled in aiming at the middle term in matters of passion and action, have been stated adequately. Hence it is in fact a task to be serious, for in each case it is a task to grasp what resides in the middle. For example, to grasp the middle of a circle belongs not to everyone but to a knower. And so too, to become angry belongs to everyone and is an easy thing, as is also giving and spending money, but to whom? One ought to do so, how much, when, for the sake of what, and how, these no longer belong to everyone nor are easy. Thus in fact acting well is rare, praiseworthy, and noble. Hence he who aims at the middle term must first depart from what is more contrary to it, just as Calypso too advises, from this smoke and swell, keep the ship TL09B, for of the extremes, the one is more in error, the other less. Now, since it is difficult to hit on the middle with extreme precision, we must, in accord with the second sailing, as they say, grasp the least of the bad things, and this will occur most of all in the way we are speaking opound, but one must examine what we ourselves readily incline toward, for in the text of Homer's Odyssey as it has come down to us, these words are spoken by Odysseus to his men, as the result of Circe's advice. Odyssey 12.219. According to Burnett, S. Ohm inferior MSS. Have Kirk, Circe, rather than Calypso, which is more nearly right, a proverbial expression roughly equivalent to the next best thing, Socrates, for example, uses the expression of his turn away from the natural philosophy of his predecessors and to his characteristic examination of the speeches, see Plato, Phaedo 99c, d, and context. Some of us naturally incline to some things, others to other things. This object of our inclination will be recognizable from the pleasure and the pain that occur in our case. And we must drag ourselves away from it toward its contrary, for by leading ourselves far from error, we will arrive at the middle term, which is in fact what those who straighten warped lumber do. But in everything one must be especially on guard against the pleasant and pleasure, for we do not judge it impartially. What the town elders felt toward Helen, then, is what we too ought to feel toward pleasure, and in all cases we ought to utter their remark, for by thus dismissing pleasure, we will err less. By doing these things, then to speak in summary fashion, we will be most able to hit on the middle term. But perhaps this is hard, and especially so in particular cases, for it is not easy to define how, with whom, what sorts of things, and for how long a time one ought to be angry. Sometimes we praise those who are deficient and assert that they are gentle, sometimes those who are harsh, calling them manly. But he who deviates a little from what is well done is not blamed, whether he does so in the direction of what is more than the mean, or in that of what is less than it. But he who deviates more than that is blamed, for he does not go unnoticed. Yet at what point and to what extent he is blameworthy is not easy to define by means of argument, for neither is anything else that is subject to perception. Such things reside in the particulars involved, the relevant decision too residing in the perception of the particulars. This much, then, is clear: the middle characteristic in all cases is praiseworthy. But one ought to incline sometimes toward the excess, sometimes toward the deficiency, for in this way we will most easily hit on the middle term and what is well done. 29 See Iliad 3 times IIO. And when they saw Helen moving along the city walls softly they uttered winged words to one another, no indignation, nemesis, seen. At the Trojans and well-grieved Achaeans, who for the sake of this woman have long suffered pains. Terribly does she resemble, in our eyes, immortal goddesses. But, even such as she is, let her go home in the ships and not remain, for us and our children, calamity hereafter. Book Chapter 1 1109b. Since virtue concerns passions as well as actions, and voluntary actions elicit praise and blame, whereas involuntary ones elicit forgiveness and sometimes even pity, it is perhaps necessary for those who are examining virtue to define the voluntary and the involuntary. Doing so is useful also for lawgivers with a view to both honors and punishments. Now, things that come about as a result of force or on account of ignorance seem to be involuntary. That which is forced is something whose origin is external, since it is the sort of thing to which the person who is acting or undergoing something contributes nothing. For example, if a wind, or people who have control over someone, should carry him off somewhere. But as for all that is done on account of fear of greater harm or on account of something noble, for example, if a tyrant should order someone to do something shameful while the tyrant has control over his parents and offspring, and if he should do it, they would be saved, but if not, they would be killed. Whether this kind of thing is involuntary or voluntary admits of dispute. Something comparable occurs also when it comes to casting off cargo in storms, for, in an unqualified sense, no one voluntarily jettisons cargo, but when one's own preservation and that of the rest are at issue, everyone who has sense would do it. These sorts of actions, then, are mixed, though they are more voluntary than involuntary, for they are choice-worthy at the time they are done and the end of the action accords with what is opportune at the moment. Both what is voluntary and involuntary, then, must be spoken of with reference to when someone acts. And, in the case at hand, the person acts voluntarily, for in fact the origin of the movement of the parts, office body, that serve as instruments in such actions is in the person himself, and in those cases in which the origin is in the person himself, it is also up to him to act or not to act. Such cases, therefore, voluntary though in an unqualified sense, they are perhaps involuntary. For no one would choose anything of this sort in itself. In such actions, people are sometimes even praised, whenever they endure something shameful or painful in return for great and noble things. But should the contrary occur, they are blamed, for it belongs to a base person to endure shameful things in the service of nothing noble or measured. In some actions, not praise but forgiveness arises, whenever someone does what he ought not to do because the matters involved surpass human nature and could be endured by no one. Some things, perhaps, it is not possible to be compelled to do. One ought instead to die while suffering the most terrible things. Indeed, the considerations that compelled Euripides as Alcmaeon to commit matricide appear laughable. But it is difficult sometimes to decide what sort of thing one ought to choose in return for what, and what ought to be endured in return for what. It is still more difficult to abide by the judgments one makes in each case, since, for the most part, the things people anticipate in such circumstances are painful and those they are compelled to do are shameful, which is why praise and blame are dependent on whether the people in question are compelled or not to act as they do. What sorts of actions, then, must be declared to be forced? Or in an unqualified sense, do forced actions occur whenever their cause is found in external things and the person who acts contributes nothing to them? But as for the actions that are in themselves involuntary and yet choice-worthy at the present moment in return for specific things and whose origin is in the person who acts, these actions in themselves are involuntary. We have only fragments of Euripides' play to which Aristotle refers here. See also IIA, where Aristotle quotes from the play. According to the Scholiast, Alcmaeon's father was persuaded to fight at Thebes by his wife Eriphyle, who had been bribed by the promise of a necklace. He was killed at the battle but had learned of her treachery, and while he was dying, he commanded his son to kill his mother, placing a curse on him should he not comply. 111 of Jo Book J, Chapter 1 Terry. But, at the present moment and in return for these specific things, they are voluntary. Yet they are more like voluntary actions, for actions reside in particulars, and these are voluntary. What sort of thing ought to be chosen in return for what is not easy to explain, for there are many distinctions involved in the relevant particulars. If someone should declare that pleasant things and noble things are characterized by force, for they exercise compulsion, while being external, then in this way everything would be forced. It is for the sake of these things that everyone does everything. And people who act as a result of force and involuntarily, do so painfully, while those who act on account of what is pleasant and noble do so with pleasure. But it is laughable to attribute to external things the cause of one's being easily snared by such things, rather than to attribute the cause to oneself, as is attributing the cause of noble things to oneself but that of shameful ones to pleasures. That which is forced, then, appears to be something whose origin is external, while he who is forced contributes nothing thereto. What is done on account of ignorance is in every case not voluntary, but it is involuntary, only, when it causes the person who acts to feel pain and regret. For the person who does anything whatever on account of ignorance, while feeling no degree of disgust at the action, has not acted voluntarily, since he, at least, did not know what he was doing, and yet he has not in turn acted involuntarily either, since he is not pained by so acting. In the case of what is done on account of ignorance, then, he who feels regret seems to act involuntarily, but as for the person who is without regret, since he is different, let his action be non-voluntary, for since they differ, it is better that each have his own name. Acting on account of ignorance seems different also from acting in ignorance, for he who is drunk or angry is not held to act on account of ignorance but rather on account of one of the things stated, drunkenness or anger, and not with knowledge but in ignorance. Everyone who is corrupt, then, is ignorant of what he ought to do and to abstain from, and through this sort of error, people become unjust and bad in general. But one does not wish to use the term involuntary when somebody is ignorant of what is advantageous, for the ignorance involved in one's choice is the cause, not of what is involuntary, but of one's corruption. Nor is the ignorance of the relevant general principle the cause of an act's being in the verb here translated as to attribute the cause to atiasthai, can also carry the sense of moral condemnation, to blame. Book J, Chapter 1 Voluntary, for people are indeed blamed on account of this sort of general ignorance, the cause, rather, is the ignorance pertaining to the various particulars, both the circumstances of the action and what it concerns. In these latter cases, there is both pity and forgiveness, since he who is ignorant of any of these particulars acts involuntarily. Perhaps, then, it is not the worst thing to distinguish what and how many these particulars are, that is, who acts, what he does, and with respect to what or in what circumstances, and sometimes also with what, for example, with an instrument, for the sake of what, for example, preservation, and how, for example, gently or violently. Now, No one could be ignorant of all these things, unless he were mad, and it is clear that he would not be ignorant of the person who is acting either, for how could he be ignorant of himself? But someone could be ignorant of what he is doing. For example, people declare that they had a slip of the tongue while speaking, or that they did not know that what they said was forbidden, as Aeschylus said about the mysteries, 6, or that, as the fellow said about the catapult, he set it off while wishing simply to exhibit it. Someone might also suppose that his own son is an enemy, just as Merope did, that the pointed spear has been blunted, or that the stone is pumice. Or, by giving someone a drink to save him, one might kill him. Or wishing only to touch, as sparring partners do, someone might land a blow. So, since there may be ignorance about all these things that constitute an action, he who is ignorant of any of them is held to have acted involuntarily, and especially so in the case of the most authoritative of them, the most authoritative seeming to be those particular circumstances that constitute the action and the end for the sake of which it is done. Although an action is said to be involuntary in reference to this sort of ignorance, it must still be painful to the person in question and done with regret. Since what is involuntary is that which is the result of force and done on account of ignorance, what is voluntary would seem to be something whose origin is in the person himself, who knows the particulars that constitute the action. For perhaps it is not nobly said that involuntary actions are those done on account of spiritedness or desire. In that case, in Book LLLB 3, Chapter 2, the first place, none of the other animals will ever act voluntarily, nor will children. Second, do we do nothing stemming from desire and spiritedness voluntarily? Or do we do noble things voluntarily and only the shameful ones involuntarily? Or is this laughable, since they both arise from one cause? It is perhaps strange to declare to be involuntary those things for which one ought to long, and one ought both to be angry at certain things and to desire certain things, for example, health and learning. It seems too that involuntary things are painful, but that what accords with our desire is pleasant. Further, what difference does it make, with respect to their being involuntary, whether errors are made by way of calculation or spiritedness? For both kinds of error are to be avoided. And the non-rational passions seem to be no less characteristically human than calculation or reason, such that the actions resulting from spiritedness and desire too belong to a human being. It is strange, then, to set these down as involuntary. Chapter TWO. Since both the voluntary and the involuntary have been defined, going through what pertains to choice comes next. For choice seems to belong very much to virtue and to distinguish people's characters more than actions do. Now, choice appears to be something voluntary, but not the same thing as the voluntary. Rather, what is voluntary is wider in scope. For both children and animals share in what is voluntary but not in choice, and we say that sudden actions are voluntary but do not stem from choice. Those who say that choice is desire, spiritedness, wish, or some specific opinion do not seem to speak correctly. For choice is not something shared by non-rational animals, but desire and spiritedness are. And the person lacking self-restraint acts out of desire, but he does not do so from choice. The self-restrained person, conversely, acts from choice but not out of desire. And whereas desire opposes choice, desire does not oppose desire. Desire has to do with what is pleasant and painful, whereas choice has to do with neither the painful nor the pleasant. Still less is choice-spiritedness. For what arises through spiritedness seems least of all to stem from choice. MSS. If so, the line would read, and what is non-rational is held to be no less characteristically human. Book J, Chapter 2. Yet choice is not wish either, although it appears to be closely related to it. For choice does not have impossibilities as its object, and if someone should claim to choose something impossible, he would be held to be foolish. But wish may be for things that are impossible, for example, immortality. And wish is also concerned with things that could not come about through one's own doing, such as wishing that a certain actor or athlete win a victory. No one chooses these sorts of things, but only those that a person supposes may come about through his own doing. Further, wish has more to do with the end, whereas choice has to do with things conducive to that end. For example, we wish to be healthy, whereas we choose those things by which we will become healthy, and we wish to be happy and we declare this, whereas to say that we choose to be happy is not appropriate. 4. On the whole, choice appears to be concerned with things that are up to us. Choice would also not be opinion, then, since opinion seems to be concerned with all matters and to be no less concerned with things eternal or impossible than with those that are up to us. An opinion is divided into false and true, not into bad and good, whereas choice is divided more into these latter two. Perhaps, then, no one even says that choice is the same as opinion generally. But it is not the same as some specific opinion either. For it is by choosing the good or bad things that we are of a certain sort, not by opining about them. And we choose to take or to avoid one of these sorts of good or bad things, but we opine about what it is, or to whom or in what manner it is advantageous, and we really do not opine about taking or avoiding them. Choice is also praised more for being directed at what it ought to be or for being correctly made, whereas opinion is praised for how true it is. And we choose what we know most of all to be good, whereas we opine about what we do not know at all well. The same people do not seem both to choose and to opine what is best, rather, some opine what is better, yet, on account of their vice, they choose what they ought not. But whether opinion precedes choice or accompanies it makes no difference, for we are not examining this but whether it is the same thing as some specific opinion. What or what sort of thing is choice, then, since it is none of the things mentioned? It indeed appears to be something voluntary, but not everything voluntary is an object of choice. But is it, therefore, at least an object rected at what it ought to be than for being correctly made of prior deliberation? For choice is accompanied by reason and thought. Even the name appears to signify this, as though it refers to something, taken or cothngS. 10 Chapter 3 Do people deliberate about all things, and is everything an object of deliberation, or about some things is there no deliberation? Perhaps it must be said that an object of deliberation is not something that a foolish or mad person would deliberate about, but rather something a person with sense would deliberate about. And about eternal things no one deliberates, for example, about the cosmos or about the fact that the diagonal and the side of a square are incommensurable. But neither does anyone deliberate about things that are in motion but that always come into being in the same ways, whether from necessity or also by nature, or on account of some other cause, for example, about solstices and sunrises. Nor does anyone deliberate about things that are different at different times, for example, droughts and rains, or about what arises from chance, for example, the discovery of treasure. But neither is there deliberation about every human concern. For example, no Lacedaemonian deliberates about how the Scythians might best govern themselves. For none of these things could come into being through us. But we do deliberate about things that are up to us and subject to action, and these are in fact what remain. For nature, necessity, and chance seem to be causes, but so too are intellect and all that comes about through a human being. When it comes to human beings, each deliberates about actions that come about through his own doing. And as for those sciences marked by precision and self-sufficiency, there is no deliberation involved, for example, concerning letters, for we do not doubt how one must write. Rather, we deliberate about all those things that come about through us but that do not always do so in the same way, for example, what pertains to the arts of medicine and money-making, and we deliberate more about the art of piloting than about gymnastic training, insofar as the former has attained less precision. And further, the case is similar with the remaining arts or sciences, but more so with the arts than the sciences, for we have more doubt in the case of the arts. But deliberat, the Greek is proeresis, which means literally, taking, eresis, before, other things, and so choosing or preferring some things over others. Book 3, Chapter 3 occurs in matters that are for the most part so, where it is unclear how they will turn out and in which something is undetermined. We also take counsellors when it comes to great matters, distrusting ourselves on the grounds that we are not adequate to determine them. We deliberate not about the ends but about things conducive to the ends. For a doctor does not deliberate about whether he is to make someone healthy, an orator whether he is to persuade, or a politician whether he is to produce good order. In fact, nobody else deliberates about the end either. Rather, having set down the end, they examine how and through what things it will exist. And if the end in question appears to come about in several ways, they examine the easiest and noblest way it will do so. but if it will come to completion through only one means, they examine how it will come about through this means and how this one, in turn, will arise through some other means, until they arrive at the first cause, which is the last in the process of discovery. For he who deliberates seems to investigate and to analyze in the manner just spoken of, as he would in the case of a geometrical figure, and it appears that not every investigation is a deliberation, for example, mathematical investigations, but every deliberation is an investigation, and what is last in the analysis is first in the process of coming into being. If people happen on something impossible, they leave it. For example, they need money, but it is impossible for this to be furnished, but if it appears possible, they undertake to do it. Possible things are those that could come to be through us, for what comes to be by way of our friends is in a way through us, since the origin is in us. Sometimes what is sought out are the instruments needed, sometimes the use of them, and similarly too in the case of all else, sometimes what is sought out is that through which the end will come about, sometimes in what way or through whom it will come about. It seems, then, as has been said, that a human being is an origin of his actions. Deliberation is concerned with actions that happen through one's own doing, and the actions are for the sake of something else. For not the end, but rather the things conducive to the end, would be the object of deliberation. So, deliberation is not about particular facts either, for example, whether this is a loaf of bread or whether it has been baked, or goods, property, cremata. Phrase, all else, refers to, or whether, through whom, should be translated as, through what, and thus as explanatory of, in what way, so I book J, chapter as it ought to have been, for these belong to sense perception. And if a person will always be deliberating about them, the process will go on infinitely. The object of deliberation and the object of choice are the same thing, except that the object of choice has already been determined, for that which has been decided by deliberation is what is chosen. Each person ceases investigating how he will act when he traces the origin of the action back to himself and to what it is in himself that leads the way, since this is what chooses. This is clear also from the ancient regimes, which Homer portrayed. The kings used to announce to the people what they had chosen. Since what is chosen is a certain longing, marked by deliberation, for something that is up to us, choice would in fact be a deliberative longing for things that are up to us. For in deciding something on the basis of having deliberated about it, we long for it in accord with our deliberation. Let choice, then, be thus spoken of in outline, both the sorts of things it is concerned with and that it has to do with things conducive to ends. Chapter 4. That which is concerned with the end has been said. But in the opinion of some people, wish is for the good, in the opinion of others, it is for what appears good. Yet for those who say that the object of wish is the good, it turns out that if someone chooses incorrectly, then what he wishes for is not actually an object of wish, for if it will be an object of wish, it will also be good, whereas if someone were to choose incorrectly, it would in fact be bad. But for those, in turn, who say that the apparent good is the object of wish, it turns out that there is no object of wish by nature but only what seems to be good to each. But different things appear good to different people, and, should it so happen, even contrary things. But if, then, these consequences are not satisfactory, must it be declared that the object of wish in the unqualified and true sense is the good, but that for each person it is what appears to him to be good? To the serious person, then, the object of wish exists in a true sense, whereas to the base person, it is whatever chances to appear good, just as is the case also with bodies. To those who are in good condition, things that are truly healthful appear to be such, whereas to those who are sick, the healthful things appear to be different from these, as is similarly the case with what is bitter, sweet, hot, cold, and each of the rest. For the serious person judges each case correctly, and in each case what is true appears to him. For with respect to each characteristic, there are noble and pleasant things peculiar to it, and the serious person is distinguished perhaps most of all by his seeing what is true in each case, just as if he were a rule and measure of them. But in the case of most people, or the many, deception appears to occur on account of the pleasure involved, for what is not good appears to them as good. They choose the pleasant, then, on the grounds that it is good, and they avoid pain on the grounds that it is bad. Chapter 5. Since the object of wish is the end, whereas the objects of deliberation and choice are the means conducive to the end, actions pertaining to these latter would accord with choice and be voluntary. And the activities of the virtues pertain to these means. Virtue too, then, is up to us, and similarly vice is as well. For in the cases in which it is up to us to act, so too is not acting, and where there may be a no, there may also be a yes. As a result, if acting, when it is noble to do so, is up to us, then also not acting, when it is shameful not to do so, will be up to us, and if not acting, when it is noble not to, is up to us, then also acting, when it is shameful to do so, is up to us. If doing the noble and the shameful things is up to us, and similarly also not doing them, and this, as we saw, amounts to our being good or bad, it is, therefore, up to us to be decent or base. But the saying that no one is voluntarily wicked or involuntarily blessed, 14, appears to be in one respect false and in another respect true. For no one is involuntarily blessed, but corruption is voluntary. Otherwise, one would have to dispute the points now being made, at least, and deny that a human being is the origin and begetter of his actions, as he is also of his offspring. But if these points appear to be the case, and we are not able to trace the origins, for actions, to any other origins apart from those within us, then these very actions are up to us and voluntary. And these considerations appear to be borne witness to both in the case of each person individually and in that of lawgivers themselves. For they punish and seek revenge on those who do corrupt things, insofar as the latter do meant or adaptation of a line from the poet Epicharmus. The idea that no one is voluntarily bad recurs in Plato's dialogues, see, e.g., Laws 731c, 734b, 863b, 868c, Protagoras 345d, Timaeus 86d. Book 3, Chapter 5. Not act as a result of force or on account of an ignorance of which they are not themselves the cause, and they honor those who do noble things, on the grounds that they will thereby exhort the latter and punish the former. And yet nobody exhorts us to do those things that are neither up to us nor voluntary, on the grounds that it is pointless to persuade someone not to feel heat or suffer pain or be hungry or any other such thing, since we will suffer them nonetheless. For in fact, lawgivers do punish the ignorance that depends on oneself. If someone is held to be a cause of his own ignorance, for example, in the case of those who are drunk, the penalties are doubled. For the origin of the ignorance is in oneself, since one is in control of not getting drunk, and it is drunkenness that is the cause of the ignorance in question. Also, they punish those who are ignorant of anything in the laws, which people ought to know and which it is not difficult to know. The case is similar in other matters as well, whenever people seem to be ignorant through carelessness, on the grounds that it was up to them not to be ignorant, since they are in control of taking the appropriate care. But perhaps someone is the sort of person who does not take that appropriate care. Yet by living loosely, people are themselves the causes of their becoming such a sort and of their being unjust and licentious, the former, by doing vicious things, the latter, by passing the time in drinking bouts and the like. For the activities that pertain in each case produce people of a corresponding sort. This is clear from those who take the appropriate care with a view to any contest or action whatever, for they are continually engaged in the relevant activity. To be ignorant, then, that the corresponding characteristics come from engaging in a given activity is exactly the mark of someone who is insensible. Further, it is unreasonable to say that he who commits injustice does not wish to be unjust, or that he who is licentious does not wish to be licentious. If someone who is not acting in ignorance does those things as a result of which he will be unjust, then he would be voluntarily unjust. It is surely not the case that if somebody who is unjust merely wishes to cease to be unjust, he will cease being it in fact and thus be just, neither will the sick person in this way become healthy. And if it did happen in this way, Book 3, Chapter 5, then the person in question is sick voluntarily, as a result of living his life without self-restraint and in disobedience to his doctors. At one time, then, it was possible for him not to be sick, but in letting himself go, it is no longer possible, just as it is not possible for someone to toss away a stone and then retrieve it. Nonetheless, the throwing was up to him, because the origin of the throwing is in him. In this way too, it was possible at the beginning for both the unjust person and the licentious one not to become such as they are, and hence they are what they are voluntarily. But once they become such, it is no longer possible for them to be otherwise. Not only are the vices of the soul voluntary, but, for some people, so too are the vices of the body, namely, for those people whom we in fact censure. For nobody censures those who are ugly on account of nature, whereas people do censure those who are ugly through want of exercise and failing to take the appropriate care. Similar too is the case of feebleness or defects, for no one would reproach somebody who is blind by nature or from sickness or suffering a blow, rather, one would pity such a person. But he who is blind from drunkenness or other licentiousness, everyone would censure. Hence, with respect to the vices of the body, those that are up to us are censured, those not up to us are not censured. If this is so, then in the case of the other vices too, those that are censured would be up to us. But someone might say that while all people aim at what appears good to them, they do not have control over that very appearance. 17 Rather, the end appears to each according to whatever sort of person he is. If, then, each person is somehow a cause of his own characteristic, he himself will somehow be a cause also of the appearance, of the good. Otherwise, if he is not such a cause, then no one is a cause of his own bad actions. Rather, it is on account of a person's ignorance of the end that he performs these bad actions, because he supposes that, through them, what is best will be his, and in this case, his aiming at the end is not self-chosen. Instead, one must simply be born as someone who has, as it were, the vision by which he will judge nobly and take hold of the true good, and he is of a good nature to whom this noble capacity belongs by nature. For when it comes to the greatest and noblest thing which it is not possible to present or represent appearances or images. 111 Book 3, Chapter 6 Either to get or to learn from another, but rather one is simply such by birth as to have this, to have been born so well and nobly in this respect would constitute natural goodness in the complete and true sense. If these things are true, how, then, will virtue be any more voluntary than vice? For to both alike, to both the good person and the bad, the end appears and is set down by nature, or in whatever way, and by referring to this, they do all else in whatever way they do it. Whether, then, the end, of whatever sort it may be, does not appear to each person by nature but is in some respect dependent on the person himself, or whether, granting that the end is indeed natural, yet because the serious person does all else voluntarily, his virtue too is a voluntary thing. In either case, vice too would be no less voluntary than virtue. 4. Just as in the case of the actions taken by the good person, so the actions taken by the bad person are similarly traceable to him himself, even if that is not so when it comes to the end that guides him. If, then, just as is said, the virtues are voluntary, and indeed we ourselves are somehow joint causes of our characteristics, and by being of a certain sort, we set down this or that sort of end, the vices too would be voluntary, for their case is similar to that of the virtues. As for what concerns the virtues taken together, then, their genus was stated by us in outline, that they are means and that they are characteristics, that they are in themselves productive of the actions out of which they come to be, that they are up to us and voluntary, and that they prompt us to act in the way correct reason commands. But actions and characteristics are not voluntary in a similar way. For in the case of actions, from the beginning up to the end we exercise authoritative control over them, knowing the particulars involved, whereas in the case of the characteristics, we are in control of the beginning of them, but at each moment, the growth that results from the relevant activity is not noticed, just as in the case of illnesses. But because it was once in our power to make use of the characteristics in this or that way, they are voluntary. But taking up each virtue again, let us say what they are, what sorts of things they are concerned with, and in what way. At the same time, how many there are will be clear as well. Chapter 6 and first let us speak about courage. Now, that it is a mean with respect to fear and confidence has already become apparent. It is clear that we fear frightening things, and these are, to speak unqualifiedly, bad things. Hence people also define fear as the anticipation of a bad thing. We fear, then, all the bad things, for example, disrepute, poverty, sickness, friendlessness, and death, but the courageous person is not held to be concerned with all of these. For some things one even ought to fear, and it is noble to do so and shameful not to, for example, disrepute, since he who fears this is decent and bashful, whereas he who does not is shameless, though he is said by some to be courageous in a metaphorical sense. He bears a certain likeness to the courageous man because the courageous man is in fact a sort of fearless person. Any ought not to fear poverty, perhaps, or sickness, or, in general, anything that is not the result of vice or one's own doing. But he who is fearless concerning these things is not courageous either, though we do say that he too is fearless by dint of a certain similarity to the truly courageous. For though some may be cowards in the dangers of war, they are none the less liberal and cheerfully confident in the face of a loss of money. And someone who is afraid of wanton violence against his children and wife, or of malicious envy or something of this sort, is not a coward. Nor if a person is confident when he is about to be flogged is he courageous. With what sort of frightening things, then, is the courageous man concerned? Or is he concerned with those that are such to the greatest degree? For no one more steadfastly endures terrible things. And the most frightening thing is death, for it is a limit, or end, and there seems to be nothing else for the dead, nothing either good or bad. But the courageous man would seem not to be concerned with death in any or every circumstance, for example, death at sea or by way of illnesses. In what circumstances, then? Or is it in the noblest? Such deaths are those that occur in war, for they happen amid the greatest and noblest danger. In agreement with these considerations are also the honors given in cities and by monarchs. In the authoritative sense, then, courageous man could be said to be someone who is fearless when it comes to a noble death and to any situation that brings death suddenly to hand. What pertains to war is above all of this character. Yet surely the courageous man is fearless also at sea and in sicknesses, though not in the way that sailors are. For the courageous man despairs of his preservation and is disgusted with this sort of death, whereas the sailors are of good hope, given their experience. But at 3s111 sb the same time too, the courageous act like men in circumstances where prowess in battle is possible or dying is noble, but in the sorts of destruction mentioned, by contrast, neither such prowess nor nobility is possible. Chapter 7 What is frightening is not the same for all, and we say that there is a certain frightening thing that is too much for a human being to bear. This is frightening to everyone, then, at least to everyone who has sense, whereas the frightening things that are within the scope of what is humanly bearable differ in magnitude, that is, in being greater or lesser, and similarly too do the things that inspire confidence differ. But the courageous man is as undaunted as a human being can be. He will fear things of this sort, then, but he will endure them in the way that he ought and as reason commands, for the sake of the noble, for this is the end of virtue. It is possible to fear these things more and less than one ought, and, further, to fear things that are not frightening as if they were. One of the errors that arise is to fear what one ought not, another is to fear in a way one ought not, and yet another is to fear when one ought not, or something of this sort. The case is similar also with things that inspire confidence. He, then, who endures and fears what he ought and for the sake of what he ought, and in the way he ought and when, and who is similarly confident as well, is courageous. For the courageous man suffers and acts in accord with what is worthy and as reason would command. Moreover, the end of every activity is that which accords with the characteristic, and to the courageous man, courage is noble. Such too, therefore, is the end, for each thing is defined by its end. For the sake of the noble, therefore, the courageous man endures and does what accords with courage. As for those who are marked by excess, he who exceeds in fearlessness is nameless. It was previously said by us that many characteristics are nameless, but someone would be mad or insensitive to pain if he should fear nothing, neither earthquake nor floods, as people claim about the Book 3, Chapter 8 Celts. He who exceeds in confidence when it comes to frightening things is reckless, and the reckless person is held to be both a boaster and a pretender to courage, at any rate, as the courageous man actually is with respect to frightening things, so the reckless wishes to appear to be. In the circumstances in which he is able to do so, then, he imitates the courageous man. Hence the majority of them are in fact reckless cowards, for although they are reckless where circumstances permit it, they do not endure frightening things. He who exceeds in being fearful is a coward, for he fears what one ought not and in the way one ought not, and all the things of that sort that follow. He is also deficient in feeling confidence, but it is in his exceeding in feeling pain that he is more conspicuous. The coward, therefore, is someone of faint hope, for he fears everything. The courageous man is the opposite, since to feel confident is to be of good hope. The coward, the reckless, and the courageous are concerned with the same things, then, but they differ in relation to them. For the former two exceed and are deficient respectively, whereas the latter holds to the middle and in the way he ought. The reckless are also impetuous, and though prior to the dangers they are willing, in the midst of them they withdraw, whereas courageous men are keen in the deeds but quiet beforehand. In accord with what has been said, then, courage is a mean with respect to what inspires confidence and fear in the situation spoken of, and it chooses and endures what it does because it is noble to do so, or because it is shameful not to. But dying in order to flee poverty, erotic love, or something painful is not the mark of a courageous man but rather of a coward. For it is softness to flee suffering, and such a person endures death not because it is noble to do so but in order to avoid a bad thing. Chapter 8 Courage is something of this sort, then, but there are also other kinds of courage spoken of, in 5 ways. First is the courage found in the citizen, since it seems most like courage properly speaking. For citizens seem to endure dangers on account of the legal penalties and reproaches involved, as well as on account of the honors at stake. For this reason two people seem to be most courageous wherever cowards are dishonored and the courageous honored. And such are those whom Homer depicts, for example, Diomedes and Hector. Polydamas will be the first to lay a reproach upon me. And, for Hector will one day declare among the Trojans, speaking in the assembly, the son of Tydeus, by me. This most closely resembles the courage spoken of before, because it arises through virtue, that is, through a sense of shame and longing for what is noble, since it is for honor, and through avoiding reproach, since it is shameful. Someone might put in the same category also those who are compelled by their rulers to fight, but they are inferior insofar as they do what they do not through a sense of shame but on account of fear, and because they are fleeing not what is shameful but what is painful to them. For those in authority compel them, just as does Hector, him whom I might spy far off from the battle, crouching in fear. It is certain that he will not be able to flee the dogs. And if those who assign military posts drive their men back into their ranks by beating them, they do the same thing, as do those who station their men in front of trenches and such things. For all are using compulsion, and one ought not to be courageous on account of compulsion but because it is noble to be such. But experience of particular things seems to be courage as well. So it is that Socrates too supposed courage to be knowledge. Yet different people are experienced in different things, and in matters of war, it is the Homer, Iliad 22.100. Ibid. 8.148. The full line is, the son of Tydeus, by me being put to flight, ran for the ships. Protagoras 360d, 5. Book 3, Chapter 8 Professional Soldiers Who Are Such. For there seem to be many false alarms in war, which professional soldiers especially see through. Hence they appear courageous, because the others do not know what these false alarms are. Then too, professional soldiers are especially able to make an attack and not to suffer one, as a result of their experience, since they are able to use their weapons and possess the sorts of things that are most excellent for both making an attack and not suffering one oneself. They, then, are like armed men fighting unarmed ones or trained athletes contesting with private amateurs. And indeed, in these sorts of contests, it is not the most courageous who are fittest for battle but those who are especially strong and have the best bodies. But professional soldiers become cowards when the danger outstrips them and they are lacking in numbers and preparations. For they are the first to flee, whereas the citizen soldiers, who remain in place, die, just as happened at the temple of Hermes. For to citizen soldiers, it is shameful to flee, and death is more choice-worthy than preservation of the kind indicated, whereas those who from the very beginning were taking risks on the supposition that they were the stronger ones, once they realize they are not, they flee, because they fear death more than shame. But a courageous man is not of this sort. People refer to spiritedness as courage because those who act on account of spiritedness do in fact seem to be courageous, like brute animals who turn on those who have wounded them, and because the courageous are spirited. For spiritedness renders a person most ready to face dangers, and so it is that Homer said, "He infused strength into his spirit, and he roused up his might and his spirit, and strength piercing his nostrils, and his blood boiled." For everything of this sort seems to signal the awakening and impulse of spiritedness. Courageous men, then, act on account of the noble, though their spiritedness does work together with them, whereas brute animals act on account of pain, as a result of being struck or afraid. If they are in the forest or the marshland, they do not approach. Hence it is not courage to rush impulsively into danger, being driven by pain and spiritedness, without seeing in advance any of the terrible things according to the scholiast. This refers to a battle during which the Coronians, having been betrayed to the Phocian commander Nicomachean, nonetheless stood their ground and were slaughtered while their Boeotian auxiliaries fled. The first phrase refers to Iliad 14.151 and 16.529, the second to Iliad 5 times for 70. The third phrase refers to the Odyssey 24 to 318, but the fourth does not come from the texts of Homer as we have them. The scholiast indicates that it comes from Theocritus. See also De Anima 403r. 60 involved. In this way, at any rate, even asses would be courageous when they are hungry, for although they are being beaten, they nonetheless do not move off from their grazing. And adulterers too, on account of their desire, do many daring things. Yet the courage that arises through spiritedness appears to be the most natural kind. and if it includes choice and that end for the sake of which the act ought to be done, it is courage. And certainly when human beings are angry, they feel pain, but when they exact revenge, they feel pleasure. Those who fight on account of anger or revenge are fit for battle, but they are not courageous, since they fight not on account of the noble or as reason commands but on account of their passion. Yet they are in possession of something closely resembling courage. Nor indeed are those of good hope courageous, because they have won many victories on many occasions. They are confident in the midst of dangers, and they do resemble the courageous, since both are confident. But courageous men are confident on account of the point stated previously, whereas the hopeful are confident because they suppose they are strongest and would suffer nothing in the event. Those who are drunk also do this sort of thing, for they come to be of good hope. But when such things as they hope for do not turn out for them, they flee. Yet, as we noted, it belongs to the courageous man to endure what is and appears to be frightening to a human being because it is noble to do so and shameful not to. Hence it also seems that it is more courageous to be fearless and calm amid unforeseen dangers than amid those that are clear beforehand. The former reaction would depend more on one's characteristic, since fearlessness in the face of such unforeseen dangers would stem less from preparation. In the case of foreseen dangers, a person would make his choice on the basis of calculation and reason, whereas in the case of sudden dangers, he would choose in accord with his characteristic. But the ignorant too appear courageous, and they are not far from those who are of good hope. Yet they are inferior insofar as they have no claim to merit, whereas those of good hope do. Hence the latter in fact remain in their station for a certain time. But if those who have been deceived discern that things are different from what they surmise, they flee. 60 Just as happened to the Argives when they encountered the Laconians, supposing them to be Sicyonians. Of what sort the courageous are, as well as those who merely seem courageous, has been stated. Chapter 9. Now although courage is concerned with confidence and fear, it is not similarly concerned with both but is instead more concerned with frightening things. For he who is calm in frightening situations and is as he ought to be in the face of them is courageous, more so than he who is as he ought to be when it comes to what inspires confidence. It is because they endure painful things, as was said, that people are spoken of as courageous. Hence courage is in fact a painful thing and is justly praised, since it is more difficult to endure painful things than to abstain from pleasures. Nevertheless, the end that pertains to courage would seem to be pleasant but to be obscured by the circumstances that surround it, as occurs, for example, in gymnastic contests. For to boxers, the end, the crown and the honors for the sake of which they fight is pleasant, but being struck is grievous and, given that they are made of flesh and blood, painful, as is all the exertion involved. And because there are many such painful things involved, the end for the sake of which boxers fight, being a small thing, appears not to be pleasant at all. If, therefore, what concerns courage is this sort of thing, then death and wounds will be painful to the courageous man, and he will endure them involuntarily. But he will endure them because it is noble to do so, or because it is shameful not to. And the more he possesses complete virtue and the happier he is, the more he will be pained at the prospect of death. For to this sort of person, living is especially worthwhile, and he is deprived of the greatest goods knowingly, and this is a painful thing. Yet he is not less courageous for that, but perhaps even more so, because he chooses what is noble in war instead of these greatest goods. Hence the activity is not pleasant in the case of all the virtues, except insofar as the virtue attains its end. But perhaps nothing prevents those who are not of this sort from nonetheless being the most excellent soldiers, those who are less courageous, yet possess nothing else good. For such men are ready to face dangers, and they exchange their lives for small gain. Let what concerns courage, then, be stated up to this point. But it is not difficult to grasp what it is, in outline at least, from what has been said. Chapter 10 TTSA. After this virtue, let us speak about moderation, for these seem to be the virtues of the non-rational parts of the soul. Now, that moderation is a mean with respect to pleasures has been stated by us, for it is less concerned with pains than with pleasures, and it is concerned with each in dissimilar ways. Licentiousness too is manifest in the same things. Let us now define the sorts of pleasures with which they are concerned. Let the bodily pleasures, then, be distinguished from those that belong to the soul, for example, love of honor, or ambition, love of learning. For, of these latter pleasures, each person enjoys the one he is disposed to love, his body not being at all affected by them but rather his thought. People who are concerned with such pleasures are not spoken of as either moderate or licentious, nor, similarly, those concerned with any of the other non-bodily pleasures. As for people who are lovers of myth and disposed to storytelling, and who while away the days on whatever chance matters they may happen on, we say that they are idle chatterers but not licentious. Nor do we say that those who are pained over money or friends are licentious. Moderation would be concerned with the bodily pleasures, and not even with all of them. For people who enjoy the pleasures stemming from sight, for example, colors, shapes, and drawings, are not spoken of as either moderate or licentious, and yet it would seem possible to enjoy these things too in the way one ought, as well as in an excessive or deficient way. This is similarly the case also with hearing. For no one calls licentious those who take excessive enjoyment in melodies or dramatic oratory, nor does anyone call moderate those who enjoy them in the way they ought. Nor does anyone speak this way about people taken up with smells, except incidentally, for we do not say that people who enjoy the smell of apples, roses, or incense are licentious, but rather those who enjoy the smell of fancy perfume or gourmet foods. For the licentious enjoy these because, through such smells, they come to have a memory of things they Book 3, Chapter 10 desire. One could see others too enjoying the smell of foods when they are hungry, but enjoying such things belongs to a licentious person, since for him they are objects of desire. In the case of the other animals, there is no pleasure associated with these perceptions, except incidentally, for it is not the smell of hares that the hounds enjoy but their meat, and the smell produces the perception of the meat to be enjoyed. The lion too enjoys not the sound of the cow's voice but the eating of the cow, though the fact that the cow was nearby he perceived through the sound of its voice, and so he appears to enjoy this. And, similarly, the lion does not take enjoyment because he sees a deer or a goat in the fields, 32, but because he will have its meat. Moderation and licentiousness are concerned with the sorts of pleasures that the rest of the animals also share in, which is why these pleasures appear slavish and brutish, namely, the pleasures of touch and taste. But in fact moderation and licentiousness appear to deal with taste only to a small extent or not at all. For it belongs to the sense of taste to discriminate among flavors, which is just what people who test wines and season meats do. But they do not even enjoy these things very much, or at least not if they are licentious. Instead, the licentious enjoy the delight that comes about entirely through touch, in food, drink, and the matters said to belong to Aphrodite. Hence a certain gourmand prayed for his throat to become longer than a crane's, on the grounds that he takes his pleasure through touch. So licentiousness pertains to the most common of the senses, and it might be held to be justly subject to the greatest reproach, because it belongs to us not inasmuch as we are human but inasmuch as we are animals. To enjoy these sorts of things, then, and to be fond of them most of all, is brutish. The most liberal P5 of the pleasures that arise through touch are accepted, for example, those in the gymnasia connected with massage and heat, since the touch that is of interest to the licentious person does not concern the whole body but only certain parts. 111 ISB Chapter 11 of the Desires. Some seem to be common, others idiosyncratic and acquired. For example, the desire for food is natural, for everyone who lacks it desires dry or wet food, and sometimes both, and as Homer asserts, one who is young and in the bloom of youth desires a marriage bed. 36 But beyond this, not everyone desires this or that sort of thing, or the same things. Hence, the object of desire appears to be peculiarly our own. Nevertheless, it has at least something natural about it too, for different things are pleasant to different people, and some things are more pleasant to all than are just any chance ones. In the natural desires, then, few people err and in only one direction, namely, toward what is too much. For to eat random things or to drink until one is overfull is to exceed the quantity that accords with nature, since the natural desire is for the satisfaction of need. Hence these people are said to be gluttons on the grounds that they gorge themselves beyond what is needful, and those who are extremely slavish become people of this sort. With respect to the idiosyncratic pleasures, many people err and in many different ways. For although the lovers of this or that sort of thing are said to enjoy what they ought not, or to enjoy something more than most people do, or in a way they ought not, the licentious exceed in all these ways. For they both enjoy some things they ought not, these are hateful things, and if they enjoy some of the sorts of things one ought to enjoy, they do so more than they ought or more than most people do. That the excess with respect to the pleasures is licentiousness and is blameworthy, then, is clear. Concerning pains, it is not for enduring them, as in the case of courage, that a person is spoken of as moderate, nor is he spoken of as licentious for not doing so. Rather, he is spoken of as licentious for being pained more than he ought to be because he does not attain his pleasures, and, for him, pleasure produces pain as well, whereas a person is spoken of as moderate for not being pained by the absence of pleasure and for abstaining from pleasure. The licentious person, then, desires all the pleasures or the especially pleasant ones, and he is led by his desire so that he chooses these instead of other things. Hence he is pained both by fail times Iliad 24.129. Book 3, Chapter 12 to obtain his desire and by desiring it'll pound for desire is accompanied by pain, though it seems strange to be pained on account of pleasure. Those who are deficient when it comes to pleasures and enjoy them less than they ought do not arise very often, because this sort of insensibility is not characteristically human. Even the rest of the animals distinguish among their foods and enjoy some but not others. And if there is someone for whom nothing is pleasant or who does not distinguish one thing from another, he would be far from human. And this sort of person has not obtained a name because he does not arise very often. The moderate person takes the middle path with respect to these things. He does not take pleasure in those things that are particularly pleasant to a licentious person, rather, he is disgusted by them, and in general the moderate person does not take pleasure in things he ought not or in any such thing to an excessive degree, and when pleasures are absent, he neither feels pain as a result nor desires them, or does so only in a measured way and not more than he ought, or when he ought not, or anything of this sort in general. But as for all the pleasures that are conducive to health or good conditioning, these the moderate person will long for in a measured way and as he ought. He will long also for such other pleasures as do not impede the healthy pleasures, or are not opposed to what is noble, or do not outstrip his resources. For he who is disposed to the contrary is fond of such pleasures more than they are worth, whereas the moderate person is not of this sort but is as correct reason commands. Chapter 12 Licentiousness seems more voluntary than cowardice, for the former arises on account of pleasure, the latter on account of pain, and of these two, pleasure is something we choose, pain something we avoid. And pain unhinges a person and destroys the nature of him who undergoes it, whereas pleasure does no such thing. So it is more voluntary and hence more subject to reproach. Indeed, it is easier to be habituated in relation to pleasures, for there are many such things in life, and the processes of habituation in the case of pleasures are free from danger, but it is the reverse in the case of frightening things. And it might seem that cowardice is not voluntary in the same way as the particular instances of it are. For cowardice itself is without pain, whereas in the particular instances of cowardice, people are unhinged on account of the pain they undergo, such that they both throw down their weapons and do other unseemly things. Hence these things seem to be forced as well. In the case of the licentious person, to the contrary, the particular instances are voluntary, since he desires and longs for something, whereas the whole characteristic is less so, for no one desires to be licentious. We apply the name licentiousness also to the errors of children, for there is a certain resemblance which is named for which makes no difference to the present considerations, yet it is clear that what comes later is named for what comes earlier. And the transferring of this meaning seems not to have been badly done, since whatever longs for shameful things and can undergo much growth ought to be chastised, and desire and a child are especially of this description. Children too live according to desire, and the longing for pleasure is present in them especially. If, then, this longing will not be obedient and placed under that which rules, it will grow too great, for the longing for pleasure is insatiable and bombards from all sides someone who lacks sense. The activity of the desire increases the innate desire, and if the desires are great and intense, they drive out calculation. Hence they ought to be measured, and few, and in no way opposed to reason. We say that a thing of that sort is obedient, and chastised, and just as a child ought to live in accord with the command of his tutor, so too the desiring part ought to live in accord with reason. Hence the desiring part of the moderate person ought thus to be in harmony with reason. The target for both is the noble, and the moderate person desires what he ought and in the way that he ought and when. It is also in this way that reason commands. Let these things, then, be stated by us concerning moderation. Book Chapter 1. Let us speak next in order about liberality. It seems, then, to be a mean with respect to money. For the liberal person is praised not in situations of war or in those in which the moderate person is praised, or, again, in those that involve legal adjudications. Rather, he is praised when it comes to the giving and taking of money, and more with regard to the giving of it. We mean by money all those things whose worth is measured in legal currency. Prodigality and stinginess are excesses and deficiencies pertaining to money, and while we always ascribe stinginess to those who are more serious about money than they ought to be, we sometimes assign the term prodigality to a combination of things, for we call prodigal those who lack self-restraint and who, in their licentiousness, spend lavishly. Hence the prodigal are held to be very base people, since they have many vices simultaneously. But in fact they are not appropriately called by this name, because a prodigal person means someone who has one vice, namely, ruining his own resources. For a prodigal person is destroyed by his own doing, since the destruction of one's own resources seems to be a kind of self-destruction, on the grounds that it is through these resources that one is able to live. We take prodigality, then, in this sense. Regarding things that have a use, It is possible to use them either well or badly, and wealth belongs among things useful to us. In each case, the person who has the virtue pertaining to a given thing uses it best. Hence he who has the virtue pertaining to money uses wealth best, and this is the 112 of Book 4, Chapter 1 Liberal Person. The use of money seems to consist in spending and giving it, whereas taking and safeguarding money seem to constitute more its acquisition. Thus it belongs to the liberal person more to give to whom he ought than to take from whom he ought, or to refrain from taking from whom he ought not, since it belongs to virtue more to act well than to fare well, and to do what is noble than not to do what is shameful. It is also not unclear that acting well and doing what is noble correspond with giving, while faring well and not acting shamefully correspond with taking. Moreover, gratitude flows to one who gives and not to one who refrains from taking, and praise even more so. It is also easier to refrain from taking than it is to give, for people are less inclined to give away their own property than they are to refrain from taking that of another. And those who give are spoken of as liberal, whereas those who refrain from taking are praised, not with a view to liberality, but more with a view to justice. Those who take are not praised at all. Of all those who act on the basis of virtue, liberal human beings are perhaps loved most, for they are advantageous to others, and this consists in giving. Actions that accord with virtue are noble and for the sake of the noble. The liberal person too, then, will give for the sake of the noble and correctly. He will give to whom he ought and as much as and when he ought, and anything else that accompanies correct giving. Moreover, he will do these things with pleasure or without pain, since what accords with virtue is pleasant or not painful. In fact, least of all is it painful. But the person who gives to whom he ought not, or who gives not for the sake of what is noble but for some other cause, will not be spoken of as liberal but as something else, which is the case also with the person who is pained by giving. For he would choose money rather than noble action, and this is not the mark of a liberal human being. The liberal person will also refrain from taking from where he ought not, since someone who does not honor money will not engage in this sort of taking. He would not even be apt to ask for money, since someone who is a benefactor is not readily the recipient of a benefit. And the liberal person will take from where he ought, for example, from his own possessions, not on the grounds that it is noble to do so but on the grounds that it is necessary, so that he may be able to give to others. But he is not careless with his own possessions, since he wishes, at least, to aid some people through these very possessions. And he will not give to just anyone, so that he may be able to give to whom he ought and when and where it is noble to do so. Yet it very much belongs to the liberal person also to exceed in giving, such that there is little left for himself, for it is typical of a liberal person not to look out for himself. Liberality is spoken of in reference to a person's resources, since what is liberal consists not in the specific amount given but in the characteristic of the giver, and the characteristic relates to his resources. In fact, nothing prevents the person who gives a lesser amount from being the more liberal one, if he gives from a lesser total amount. And those who did not acquire what they themselves owned but inherited it seem more liberal, for they are without the experience of need, and all people are fonder of the works, or products, that are their own, just as parents and poets are. It is also not easy for a liberal person to be wealthy, since he is inclined neither to accept nor to safeguard money, rather, he is inclined even to throw it away, since he does not honor money on its own account but rather for the sake of giving it. Hence the accusation is leveled against chance that those who most deserve wealth are the least wealthy in fact. Yet this happens not without reason, for it is not possible to possess money without taking the requisite care so as to have it, just as is the case with other things. The liberal person surely will not give to whom he ought not and when he ought not or any other such thing, since he would then no longer be acting in accord with liberality, and by spending on these things, he would not be able to spend on the things he ought. For, just as was said, he who spends in accord with his resources and on what he ought is liberal, whereas he who exceeds these is prodigal. Hence we do not speak of tyrants as prodigal, because for them to exceed their great wealth, through gifts and expenditures, seems no easy thing. Since, then, liberality is a mean with respect to the giving and taking of money, the liberal person will both give and spend on what he ought and as much as he ought, in things small and great alike, and he will do so with pleasure. Moreover, he will take from where he ought and as much as he ought, since the virtue is a mean with respect to both giving and taking, he will do both as he ought, for this sort of taking corresponds with equitable giving, whereas what is not of this character is contrary. The giving and taking that correspond with each other, then, arise simultaneously in the same person, but the contrary kinds clearly do not. If he Book 4, Chapter 1 happens to spend contrary to what he ought and to what is noble, he will be pained, though in a measured way and as he ought, since it belongs to virtue to feel both pleasure and pain at the things one ought and as one ought. The liberal person, moreover, is easy to deal with in money matters, for he can be done in justice, since he does not honor money, at any rate, and he is more vexed if he fails to spend what he ought than pained if he does spend what he ought not, and he is not content with the view of Simonides. The prodigal person thoroughly errs in these matters too, for he neither takes pleasure in the things he ought or as he ought, nor is he pained. This will be more manifest as we proceed. It was stated by us, then, that prodigality and stinginess are excesses and deficiencies, and in two ways in giving and in taking, for we put spending in the category of giving. Now, prodigality exceeds in giving and not taking, and is deficient in taking, whereas stinginess is deficient in giving but exceeds in taking, though only in small things. The different parts of prodigality, then, do not all fit together, since it is not easy to give to all while taking from none. Resources quickly run out for those who give their own possessions to others, and these are the very people who are held to be prodigal. Yet this sort of person, at least, would seem to be better, and in not a small way, than the stingy person, because he is easily curable by the effects of both age and want, and he can arrive at the middle term because he possesses the traits of the liberal person. He both gives and does not take, but in neither case does he do so as he ought or well. If, then, he should be habituated in the manner indicated, or changed in some other way, he would be liberal, for he will give to whom he ought and not take from where he ought not. Hence too his character does not seem to be base, since to exceed in giving and in not taking is the mark of neither a corrupt nor a low-born person, but of a foolish one. He who is prodigal in this manner is held to be much better than the stingy person, both on account of the point stated and because the prodigal person benefits many and the stingy no one, not even himself, but the majority of those who are prodigal, as has been said, also take from where they ought not and are in this respect stingy, or illiberal. Simonides of CEOs, ca. 506 to 468, was a 5th century poet, known for his greed. According to a story Aristotle tells in his Rhetoric, 1391a, when Simonides was asked by the wife of the tyrant Hiero whether it was better to be wealthy or wise, he replied, "Wealthy, for I see that the wise hang about the doors of the rich." 71 They become disposed to taking because they wish to spend but are not able to do so readily, since their own possessions are quickly depleted. They are compelled, therefore, to supply resources from some other quarter. At the same time too, on account of having no thought for what is noble, they care little about taking from any and all quarters. For they desire to give, and how they supply the necessary resources, or from where they do so makes no difference to them. Because of this very thing, their acts of giving are not liberal, since they are not noble or for the sake of what is noble, nor are they done as they ought to be. Rather, sometimes they make wealthy those who ought to labor, and they might give nothing to those whose characters are measured, whereas they would give much to those who flatter them or furnish some other pleasure. Hence many of the prodigal are also licentious, for they spend readily and are lavish in their licentious pursuits, and because they do not live with a view to what is noble, they incline in the direction of pleasures. The prodigal person who is without guidance, then, changes in these directions, yet one who obtains the requisite care could arrive at the middle term and at what is proper. But stinginess is both incurable, for it seems that age and every infirmity make people stingy, and inborn in human beings to a greater degree than is prodigality. For most people, or the many, are lovers of money more than they are inclined to giving it, and this disposition extends widely and is of multiple kinds, since there seem to be many ways to be stingy. Because stinginess is divided into two categories, deficiency in giving and excess in taking, it is not present as a complete whole in everyone but is sometimes divided. Some people exceed in taking, while others are deficient in giving. For all those who have such names as thrifty, penny pincher, and miser are deficient in giving, but they do not aim at the property of others or wish to take from others. Some people are like this on account of a certain decency and their avoidance of shameful things. For some seem to guard their money, or so at least they assert, precisely so that they will not be compelled at some point to do something shameful. Among these fall also the skinflint and everyone of that sort, who are so named because they exceed in giving nothing. Some, in turn, abstain from the property of others out of fear, on the grounds that it is not easy for somebody to take the property of others and not have those others take his in return. They are satisfied, then, neither to take from nor to give to another. But still other people exceed when it comes to taking, in the sense that they take from anywhere and anything. For example, those who perform illiberal tasks, such as brothel keepers and all of their 72, Book 4, Chapter 2 ilk, and usurers who lend small amounts at high interest. For all these people take from where they ought not and in quantities they ought not. Shameful greediness for gain appears to be what they have in common, since they all endure reproach for the sake of gain, and small gain at that. For we do not call stingy those who take great amounts from where they ought not or of what they ought not, for example, tyrants who plunder cities and pillage temples, but we speak of them more as wicked, impious, and unjust. Yet a gambler and a thief do belong among the stingy, since they are greedy for gain in a shameful way, both engage in their business and endure reproach for the sake of gain, thieves running the greatest risks for the sake of loot, while gamblers gain from their friends to whom they ought rather to give. Since both types, then, wish to gain from where they ought not, their greediness for gain is shameful, and so all such kinds of taking are marked by stinginess. Stinginess is appropriately said to be the contrary of liberality, both because it is the greater vice than prodigality and because people are more in the direction of this extreme than in the direction of prodigality. As for what concerns liberality, then, and the vices opposed to it, let this much have been said. Chapter TWO. Going through what concerns magnificence as well would seem to follow next. For this too seems to be a certain virtue pertaining to money, although, unlike liberality, it does not extend to all actions involving money but concerns only expenditures, and in these expenditures, it surpasses liberality in greatness. For just as the name itself signifies, magnificence is a fitting expenditure on a great thing. But greatness is relative, since the expenditure is not the same for someone who outfits a trireme as for the sponsor of a sacred embassy. What is fitting, then, is relative to the person involved and to the thing on which as well as that for which he the MSS vary. Another possible reading for the final phrase is, who perform small tasks for much money. Book 4, Chapter 2 makes the expenditure. But he who spends on small or measured things in accord with their worth is not said to be magnificent, as, for example, in the line, I often used to give to a wanderer, 11, but only he who does so on great things. For the magnificent person is liberal, but the liberal person is not thereby magnificent. The deficiency of this sort of characteristic is called parsimony, whereas the excess is called crassness and vulgarity and all such things. The excess here resides, not in the magnitude of the expenditure for the things one ought to spend on, but in making an ostentatious display in the circumstances one ought not and in a way one ought not. We will speak about these, the deficiency and the excess, later. But the magnificent person resembles a knower, since he is able to contemplate what is fitting and to spend great amounts in a suitable way. For just as we said in the beginning, the characteristic is defined by the corresponding activities and their objects. The expenditures of the magnificent person, then, are great and fitting. Such too, therefore, are the works involved, since in this way the expenditure will be great and fitting to the work. As a result, the work ought to be worthy of the expenditure worthy of the work, or even to exceed it. The magnificent person will make these sorts of expenditures for the sake of what is noble, for this is common to the virtues. Further, he will do so both with pleasure and unstintingly. For strict accounting is a mark of parsimony. He would examine how to spend most nobly and fittingly rather than how much the work will cost or how to produce it most cheaply. It is necessary, then, that the magnificent person also be liberal, since the liberal person too will spend what he ought and as he ought. But in these considerations resides precisely what is great in the magnificent person, that is, his greatness, for although liberality is concerned with these matters, even from an equal expenditure the magnificent person will produce the more magnificent work. For the virtue of a possession and that of a work are not the same. The possession whose price is greatest, such as gold, is the most valued, but the most valued work is the great and noble one, for the contemplation of such a work is wondrous, and what is magnificent is wondrous, and the virtue of a work, its magnificence, resides in its greatness. Of expenditures, we say that some kinds are honorable, such as those that concern the gods' votive offerings, sacred buildings, and sacrifices, and similarly to those that concern the entire divine realm and are proper objects of ambition in common affairs. For example, if people should suppose that they ought to endow a chorus splendidly or outfit a trireme or even provide a feast for the city. But in all cases, as was said, the expenditure is referred to the person who is acting, who he is and what resources are available to him, for the expenditure must be worthy of these and be fitting not only to the work but also to the person producing it. Hence a poor man could not be magnificent, since he does not have the resources from which he might fittingly spend large amounts, and the person who tries to do this is foolish. Doing so would be contrary to what is worthy and proper, whereas spending correctly accords with virtue. But magnificence is fitting to those who possess these sorts of resources to begin with, whether on their own account or through their ancestors or relations, and to those who are well born, of good repute, and all such things, for all these things possess greatness and worthiness. The magnificent person, then, is this kind of person especially, and magnificence consists in these sorts of expenditures, as was said, since they are greatest and most honored. As for private expenditures, there are all those that occur just once, such as a wedding or anything of this sort, and anything the whole city or people of worth take seriously, as well as anything connected with the receiving and sending off of foreign guests or the giving and reciprocating of gifts. For the magnificent person is lavish not on himself but on the common affairs, and his gifts have a certain resemblance to votive offerings. Yet it also belongs to the magnificent person to furnish his home in a way fitting to his wealth, since this, too, is a certain ornament, and with respect to these furnishings, he will spend more on those works that endure over time, since these are noblest, and spend what is fitting in each case. For the same thing is not suitable for gods and human beings, or in the case of a temple and that of a burial tomb. Now, each expenditure is great within its class. Great expenditure on a great thing is most magnificent simply, whereas what is most magnificent in this or that circumstance is what is great in it, and what is great in the case of a given work differs from what is great in the case of the expenditure. For the most beautiful ball or oil flask is magnificent as a gift for a child, though its cost is small and cheap. Since these things are so, it belongs to the magnificent person to produce things in a magnificent way in whatever category he should produce something, for such production is not easily surpassed, and in a way worthy of the expenditure. The magnificent person, then, is of this sort. But he who is excessive and vulgar exceeds in spending beyond what is needful, as has been said. For on small things, he lavishes much expense and makes an ostentatious display of himself contrary to what is proper, for example, in giving a club dinner in the manner of a wedding feast or leading a comic chorus clothed in purple in its entrance on stage, just as they might do in Megara. And he will do all such things not for the sake of the noble but to display his wealth, and for these reasons he supposes that he makes himself an object of wonder. He will spend little on what he ought to spend much, and he will spend much on what he ought to spend little. But the parsimonious person will be deficient in all respects, and after spending great amounts, he will destroy the noble for some trifle. He continually examines how to spend the least amount on whatever he may produce, lamenting even this expenditure, and, in every case, supposing that he spends more than he ought. These characteristics, then, are vices. Nevertheless, they do not bring reproach, because they are neither harmful to a neighbor nor extremely unseemly. Chapter 3 Greatness of soup 4 seems, even from its name, to be concerned with great things, and let us first grasp what sort of great things it concerns. It makes no difference whether we examine the characteristic or the person who accords with the characteristic. He, then, who deems himself worthy of great things and is worthy of them is held to be great-souled. For he who does this in a manner contains megalopsychia is often translated, magnanimity, from the Latin, but this term in English has come to mean generosity or liberality rather than the sense intended by Aristotle. The more literal translation, greatness of soul, captures better the full meaning of the virtue, both the greatness of its possessor in terms of his virtue and his awareness of this greatness. contrary to his real worth is foolish, and no one who acts virtuously is foolish or mindless. The person spoken of, then, is great-souled. For he who is worthy of small things and deems himself worthy of them is moderate but not great-souled, since greatness of soul resides in greatness, just as beauty involves a body of great stature. Those who are small may be elegant and well-proportioned but not beautiful. He who deems himself worthy of great things while not being worthy of them is vain, though not everyone who deems himself worthy of things greater than he is worth is vain. He who deems himself worthy of less than he is worth is small-souled, whether he is worthy of great things or of measured things, or even if, being worthy of small things, he deems himself worthy of still less. And most small-souled of all would seem to be the person who is in fact worthy of great things, but does not deem himself so, for what would he do if he were not worthy of so much? The great-souled man, then, is an extreme in terms of greatness, but he is in the middle in terms of his acting as one ought, since he deems himself worthy of what accords with his worth, whereas the others exceed or are deficient in judging their own worth. If, then, he deems himself worthy of great things, while being worthy of them, and especially of the greatest things, he would be concerned with one matter most of all. Worth is spoken of in relation to external goods, and we would posit as the greatest of these that which we assign to the gods, that at which people of worth aim, and that which is the prize conferred on the noblest people. Honor is such a thing, since it is indeed the greatest of the external goods. The great-souled man, then, is concerned with honor and dishonor in the way that he ought to be. Even in the absence of argument, the great-souled appear to be concerned with honor, for they deem themselves worthy of honor most of all, in accord with their worth. But the small-souled person is deficient in relation to his estimation of himself and the worthiness of the great-souled man. The vain person is excessive when it comes to himself, though not, of course, in relation to the great-souled man. The great-souled man, if indeed he is worthy of the greatest things, would be the best, for he who is better is always worthy of what is greater, and he who is best is worthy of the greatest things. He who is truly great-souled, therefore, must be good, and what is great in each virtue would Book 4 Chapter 3 seem to belong to the great-souled man. It would in no way be suitable for a great-souled man to flee with arms swinging or to commit injustice. For the sake of what will he do shameful things, he to whom nothing is great. 18 And to anyone who thoroughly examines each characteristic, it would appear entirely laughable if the great-souled man were not good. He would not be worthy of honor, either, if he were base, for honor is the prize of virtue and is assigned to those who are good. Greatness of soul, then, seems to be like a kind of ornament of the virtues, for it makes them greater and does not arise without them. For this reason, it is difficult, in truth, to be great-souled, for it is not possible without gentlemanliness. It is especially with matters of honor and dishonor, then, that a great-souled man is concerned. And he will take pleasure in a measured way in great honors and those that come from serious human beings, on the grounds that he obtains what is proper to him or even less, for there could be no honor worthy of complete virtue, but he will nevertheless accept it inasmuch as they have nothing greater to assign to him. As for honor that comes from people at random, or small honors, he will have complete contempt for them, since it is not of these that he is worthy. The case of dishonor is similar, for it will not justly pertain to him. The great-souled man, then, is, as was said, especially concerned with honors, but he will surely also be disposed in a measured way toward wealth and political power, as well as all good and bad fortune, however it may occur. He will be neither overjoyed by good fortune nor deeply grieved by bad fortune. For he is not disposed even toward honor as though it were a very great thing, and political power and wealth are choice-worthy on account of the honor they bring. At any rate, those who possess them wish to be honored on account of them. But to him for whom honor is a small thing, so also are these other concerns. Hence the great-souled are held to be haughty. But instances of good fortune too seem to contribute to greatness of soul, since the well-born deem themselves worthy of honor, as do those who possess political power or wealth. For they are in a position of superiority, and everything superior in point of goodness is more honorable. Hence Book 4, Chapter 3. These sorts of things render people more great-souled, since they are honored by some as a result. Yet in truth, only the good human being is honorable, though he who has both goodness and good fortune is deemed even worthier of honor. But those who possess such goods in the absence of virtue do not justly deem themselves worthy of great things, nor are they correctly spoken of as great-souled. In the absence of complete virtue, neither of these is possible. And people who possess such goods become haughty and hubristic because, in the absence of virtue, it is not easy to deal with the goods of fortune in a suitable manner. Although not in fact being able to deal with these goods and supposing themselves to be superior to us, they look down on them, while they themselves act in whatever random way. For they imitate the great-souled man without being like him, and they do this wherever circumstances permit. They do not perform the deeds that accord with virtue, then, but they look down on others nonetheless. For the great-souled man justly looks down on others, since he holds a true opinion of himself, whereas the many do so in a random fashion. The great-souled man is not one to hazard trifling dangers, and he is not a lover of danger either, since he honors few things. But he will hazard great dangers, and when he does so, he throws away his life, on the grounds that living is not at all worthwhile. He is also the sort to benefit others but is ashamed to receive a benefaction, for the former is a mark of one who is superior, the latter of one who is inferior. He is disposed to return a benefaction with a greater one, since in this way the person who took the initiative, with the original benefaction, will owe him in addition and will have also fared well thereby. But those who are great-souled seem in fact to remember whatever benefaction they may have done, yet not those that they have been done, for he who receives the benefit is inferior to him who performed it, whereas the great-souled man wishes to be superior, and they seem to hear about the former with pleasure, but about the latter with displeasure. Hence Thetis too did not speak of the benefactions she had done for Zeus, nor did the Laconians speak of those they had done for the Athenians, but only those they had been done. It belongs to the translators often render this ambiguous phrase as, living at any cost is not worthwhile, perhaps rightly. The alternative we offer, while arresting in its import, makes sense of the suggestion that the great-souled man will throw away his life and of Aristotle's repeated statement that nothing is great to such a man. Great-souled also to need nothing, or scarcely anything, but to be eager to be of service, and to be great in the presence of people of worth and good fortune, but measured toward those of a middling rank. For it is a difficult and august thing to be superior among the fortunate, but easy to be that way among the middling sorts, and to exalt oneself among the former is not a low-born thing, but to do so among the latter is crude, just as is using one's strength against the weak. It belongs to the great-souled man also not to go in for the things that are generally honored or in which others hold first place, and he is idle and a procrastinator, except wherever either a great honor or a great deed is at stake. He is disposed to act in few affairs, namely, in great and notable ones. He is necessarily open in both hate and love, for concealing these things is the mark of a fearful person, as is caring less for the truth than for people's opinion. He necessarily speaks and acts in an open manner. He speaks freely because he is disposed to feeling contempt for others, and he is given to truthfulness, except inasmuch as he is ironic toward the many. And he is necessarily incapable of flying with a view to another except a friend, since doing so is slavish. Hence too all flatterers are servile, and all lowly types are flatterers. The great-souled man is also not given to admiration, 3 since nothing is great to him. But neither is he one to remember evils done him, for it does not belong to a great-souled man to recall things with a grudge, in particular evils done him, but rather to overlook them. He is also not one for personal conversation. He will speak neither about himself nor about another, since he does not care either to be praised himself or for others to be blamed. Nor, in turn, is he given to praising others. Hence he is not one to speak ill, not even of his enemies, except where insolence is involved. When it comes to necessities or small concerns, he is least of all given to lamentation and requests for help, since it is the mark of a serious person to be thus disposed toward these. He is such as to possess beautiful and useless things more than useful and beneficial ones, for this is more the mark of a self-sufficient person. Also, slowness of movement seems to be the mark of a great-souled man, as well as a deep voice and steady speech, about the Laconians refers to. According to a scholiast, who quotes the historian Callisthenes, it refers to an event in 369 when the Spartans sought Athenian aid against the Thebans. But if so, Xenophon's account of the relevant Spartan speeches does not bear out Aristotle's claim. See Xenophon, Hellenica 6-34 times 112 so. For he who is serious about few things is not given to hastiness, nor is anyone ever vehement who supposes that nothing is great, whereas a shrill voice and quickness result from these things. Such, then, is the great-souled man, whereas he who is deficient is small-souled, and he who exceeds is vain. Now, these people too do not seem to be bad, since they are not malefactors, though they do err. For the small-souled person, even though he is worthy of good things, deprives himself of those he is indeed worthy of, and he seems to be in some way bad, as a result of not deeming himself worthy of good things, and to be ignorant of himself. He otherwise would long for the things he is worthy of, since they are good. Nonetheless, such people are held not to be foolish but, rather, timid. Yet such an opinion seems to make them even worse, for everyone aims at those things that accord with his worth, whereas the small-souled refrain even from noble actions and pursuits, on the grounds that they are unworthy of them, as is similarly the case also with external goods. But vain people are foolish and ignorant of themselves, and manifestly so, for although they are not worthy, they try their hand at the things people honor, and then they are found out. They deck themselves out when it comes to their dress and appearance and things of that sort. They wish for the things of good fortune and for these to be manifestly theirs, and they speak about these things, on the grounds that they will be honored as a result. But smallness of soul is more opposed to greatness of soul than vanity is, for it both occurs more often and is worse. Greatness of soul, then, is concerned with great honor, just as has been said. Chapter 4. But there seems to be a certain virtue also concerned with honor, just as was said in the first discussions, which would seem to stand in a similar way to greatness of soul as liberality stands to magnificence. Both are to remove from what is great but dispose us to be such as we ought to be when it comes to measured and small things. Just as there is a mean, an excess, and a deficiency in the taking and giving of money, so also in the longing for honor one can have more or less of such a longing than one or, according to some MSS, as if they are worthy 26 or, according to some MSS, they speak about themselves 27 in the enumeration of the virtues in 2. Nob 31, consider also 1. 1095b 30. Ought, and one can seek honor from where and in the way one ought. For we blame the ambitious person, on the grounds that he aims at getting honor more than he ought and from where he ought not, and we blame the unambitious person, on the grounds that he chooses not to be honored even in the case of what is noble. But sometimes we praise the ambitious person as manly and a lover of what is noble, and praise the unambitious person as measured and moderate, just as we said in the first discussions as well. Yet it is clear that since we speak of the lover of such and such, in various ways, we do not always apply the phrase lover of honor, or ambitious person, to the same thing. When we are offering praise, we apply the term to those who love honor more than the many do, but when we are speaking in terms of blame, to those who love honor more than they ought. Since the mean is nameless, the extremes seem to dispute over it as if it were unclaimed. But where there is excess and deficiency, there exists also a middle term, and people long for honor both more than they ought and less, and, therefore, it is possible to do so as one ought. It is this characteristic that is praised, then, although the mean with respect to honor is nameless. In relation to ambition, it appears as lack of ambition, in relation to lack of ambition, it appears as ambition, and in relation to both, it somehow appears as both. This seems to be the case also with the other virtues, but here it is the extremes that appear to be opposites of each other, because the middle term has not been named. Chapter 5 Gentleness is a mean with respect to anger. Since the middle term is nameless, as the extremes also pretty much are, we can further name gentleness on the middle term, since it inclines in the direction of the deficiency, which is nameless. The excess might be said to be a certain irascibility, for the passion involved is anger, though what produces anger is manifold and varied. The person who gets angry at the things and with whom he ought, then, and, further, in the way, when, and for as much time as he ought, is praised. Hence this person would be gentle, I find indeed gentleness is praised. The gentle person wishes to be calm and not led by his passion, but rather as reason may command, and so to be harsh regarding the things he ought. Book 4, Chapter 5, and for the requisite time. But he seems to err more in the direction of the deficiency, since the gentle person is given not to revenge but rather to forgiveness. The deficiency, whether it is a certain lack of anger or something else, is blamed. For those who do not get angry at the things they ought are held to be foolish, as are those who do not get angry in the way they ought or when or with whom they ought. For such a person seems to lack perception and even not to feel pain, since he does not get angry, he seems not apt to defend himself against an attack. Yet to hold back in this way after having been treated insolently, and to overlook such treatment of one's kin, is held to be slavish. The excess arises in all these respects, that is, getting angry at whom one ought not and at the things one ought not, more than one ought, and more quickly and for too much time, though surely not all these happen to one and the same person. This would not be possible, since what is bad destroys even itself, and if it is complete in all its parts, it becomes intolerable. Irascible people, then, get angry rapidly, with whom they ought not, at things they ought not, and more than they ought, but they rapidly cease being angry, which is in fact their best trait. This happens to them because they do not hold on to their anger but retaliate in a manifest way on account of the quickness of their temper, and then they leave off. The choleric are exceedingly quick-tempered and irascible toward everyone and at everything, hence too the name. But bitter people are resistant to reconciliation and are angry for a long time, because they constrain their spirit. Yet it does come to a halt when they retaliate, since revenge makes anger cease, thus producing pleasure instead of pain. Whenever this does not occur, bitter human beings carry a heavy weight, because their anger is not manifest, no one persuades them out of it, and time is needed to digest it in 1 Such people are most troublesome to themselves and their closest friends. We speak of harsh people as those who are harsh regarding matters not requiring it, who are harsher than they ought to be and for too long a time, and who cannot be reconciled unless they inflict their revenge or punishment. We set the excess in question as more opposed to gentleness than the deficiency, for it also occurs more often, since to seek revenge is more characteristically human, and harsh people are worse to live with. What was said earlier is clear also from the points being discussed. It is not easy to determine how, with whom, what sort of things, and for Book 4, Chapter 6 how much time one ought to be angry, as well as up to what point this is correctly or erroneously done. For he who deviates a little is not blamed, whether in the direction of more than the mean, or in that of less than it, since sometimes we praise those who are deficient and assert that they are gentle, and sometimes we praise those who are harsh as manly, on the grounds that they are capable of ruling. How much and in what way he who deviates is blameworthy, then, is not easy to render by means of argument. For in each circumstance, the relevant decision resides in the perception in question. It is clear, therefore, that one must cleave to the middle characteristic. Let the characteristics that pertain to anger, then, be stated in this way. Chapter 6 in our associations with one another, both in living together and in sharing in speeches and actions, some people are held to be obsequious, those who praise everyone with a view to pleasing them and oppose nothing, but rather suppose they ought not to cause pain to anyone they may meet. At the opposite extreme to them are those people who oppose everything and give no thought whatever to causing others pain, people who are called surly and quarrelsome. It is not unclear, then, that the characteristics spoken of are blameworthy and that the middle term with respect to the sign accord with which a person will approve of what he ought and in the way he ought, and similarly also disapprove is praiseworthy. But a specific name has not been given to this characteristic, though it seems most like friendship, or friendliness. For someone who accords with the middle characteristic here is the sort of person we mean by an equitable friend, if his disposition also goes together with feeling affection for the other. This characteristic differs from friendship, however, because it is without the relevant passion, that is, the feeling of affection for those with whom one associates. It is not as a result of friendly affection or hatred that the different verbs, stergine and philine, respectively, the first usually connotes familial affection, and the second the affection connected with friendship proper, philia. Book 4, Chapter 7 person in question approves of each matter as he ought, but as a result of being the sort of person he is. For he will act similarly in the case of both those he does not know and those he does know, of both those who are intimates and those who are not, except that he will also do what is suitable in each case. For it is not proper to give similar thought to one's intimates as to strangers, nor, in turn, to be similarly concerned about causing each pain. It has been stated in general, then, that this person will associate with others in the way he ought, and by referring to what is noble and advantageous, he will aim either at not causing others pain or at contributing to their pleasure. For he seems to be concerned with the pleasures and pains that arise in the course of our associations, and in all cases in which it is not noble, or is harmful, for him to contribute to their pleasure, he will disapprove of doing so, and he will choose to cause them pain. If something would bring no little disgrace or harm to the person doing it, while opposing it would cause little pain, he will not approve but rather disapprove of it. He will also associate differently among people of worth and among people at random, just as he will associate differently also with those who are more or less known to him, and similarly in the case of other relevant differences, assigning to each what is fitting. And while he chooses to contribute to the pleasure of others for its own sake and is cautious about causing others pain, he is guided by the consequences at stake. Mean if what is noble and advantageous may be greater than the pleasure or pain involved. And for the sake of a great pleasure in the future, he will cause a little pain now. Such, then, is the person marked by the middle characteristic, but he does not have a name. As for contributing to pleasure, he who aims at being pleasant for no ulterior motive is obsequious, whereas he who does so in order to gain some benefit for himself, in money and all that comes from money, is a flatterer. But he who disapproves of everyone was said to be surly and quarrelsome. And the extremes appear to be opposed to each other because the middle term is nameless. Chapter 7 concerning pretty much the same things. There is also the mean related to boasting, but it too is nameless. Yet it is not the worst thing to go through causing them pain, as considerations of this kind as well, since we would know better what pertains to character by going through each of them, and we would trust that the virtues are means by seeing plainly that this is so in each case. When it comes to living together, then, those who associate with a view to pleasure and pain have been spoken of. Let us speak similarly also about those who tell the truth as well as those who state falsehoods related to speeches and actions, that is, in relation to what it is they pretend to. The boaster, then, seems apt to pretend to qualities held in high repute, both qualities he does not actually possess and those that are greater than the ones he does possess, whereas the ironist, conversely, seems to deny the qualities he actually possesses or to make them less, and the person in the middle between them is a kind of plain dealer. 33 Since he is given to truthfulness, both in his life and his speech, acknowledging that the qualities he possesses are his own and neither exaggerating nor diminishing them. It is possible to act in each of these ways either for the sake of some goal or for none. The sorts of things each person says and does, and thus how he lives, determined by the sort of person he is, if he is not acting for the sake of some goal. In itself, what is false is base and blameworthy, whereas what is true is noble and praiseworthy. In this way too, he who is given to truthfulness, being characterized by the middle term, is praiseworthy, but both of those given to falsehoods are blameworthy, though more so the boaster. Yet let us speak about each, and first about the truthful person. Now, we are speaking not about truthfulness in the case of agreements or anything that extends into the realm of injustice or justice, for this would belong to another virtue. Rather, in the situations in which nothing of that sort is involved, the person we are speaking of is truthful both in speech and in life because such is his characteristic. A person of this sort would seem to be decent because he is a lover of truth, and if he is truthful in the situations in which being such makes no difference, still more so will he be truthful in the situations in which it does. For he will guard against what is false on the grounds that it is shameful, especially when he is also used to guarding against it in itself. And such a person is praiseworthy. He will incline more in the direction of saying less than what is true, for this appears more refined, given the irksomeness of the excesses in this regard. He who pretends to qualities greater than he possesses for no partic times or, who tell lies, here and throughout. Names, who calls a spade, Book 4, Chapter 8. Euler purpose resembles a base person, for otherwise he would not enjoy lying, and yet he appears more silly than bad. But when some goal is at issue, he who pretends to more than he is for the sake of reputation or honor is not overly blameworthy as a boaster, whereas he who does this for money, or anything that would lead to money, is more unseemly. It is not in having the capacity to boast but in making the choice to do so that someone is a boaster, for choice accords with one's characteristic, and he is a boaster because he is that sort of person. In this same way too, someone given to falsehood either enjoys falsehood in itself or longs for reputation or gain. Some who boast for the sake of reputation, then, pretend to the sorts of qualities that are praised or are thought to bring happiness. Others, who boast for the sake of gain, pretend to qualities that please their neighbors, the false pretense to which can go unnoticed, for example, when they pretend to be a prophet, a wise man, or a doctor. On this account, most people pretend to and boast of such things, since the criteria just mentioned are present in those areas of expertise. Ironists, who tend to say less than they are, appear more refined in their characters. For they seem not to speak for the sake of gain but as people who avoid bombast. And they especially deny having qualities held in high repute as, for instance, Socrates used to do. Those who deny small and manifest things are said to be humbugs and are rather contemptible, and sometimes such denial appears as boasting, as in the dress of the Spartans, for example. For both excess and extreme deficiency are boastful, but those who use irony in a measured way and concerning things that are not extremely obvious come to sight as refined in their irony. The boaster appears to lie opposite the truth-teller, since he is worse than the ironist. Chapter 8. But since rest, or relaxation, too is a part of life, and a part of rest involves passing the time with playful amusement, it seems that here too there is as an alternative reading. Gautier and Joliffe, following Rackham, suggest, in pretending to be a doctor or wise prophet. This reading is supported by some MSS, and the figures of the doctor and prophet or soothsayer were often comically presented as charlatans. 271b, 276b, and 14, and 277a and 27. Book 4, Chapter 8. A certain suitable manner of association, that is, both certain things one ought to say to others and a certain manner of doing so, and similarly also with listening to others. It will also make a difference what sorts of people one speaks among and to what sorts one listens. It is clear that, regarding these matters as well, there is an excess and a deficiency with respect to a middle term. Those who are excessive in provoking laughter, then, are held to be buffoonish and crude, intent on doing anything for a laugh and aiming more at producing laughter than at saying something seemly or at not causing pain to the person who is the butt of the joke. On the other hand, those who would say nothing funny themselves and who are disgusted with those who do are held to be boorish and dull. But those who are playful in a suitable manner are called witty, as in those who are versatile. 37. Since such witticisms seem to be movements of their character, and characters, like bodies, are judged by their movements. Since something laughable is always near to hand, and since most people enjoy playfulness and joking more than they ought, even buffoons are addressed as witty as if they were refined. But that the two differ, and not a little, is clear from what has been said. Tact too is proper to the middle characteristic, and it belongs to the tactful person to say and listen to the sorts of things suited to a decent and liberal person. For certain things are fitting for such a person to say in his turn at play, and to listen to, and the playfulness of a liberal person differs from that of a slavish one as the play of an educated person does from that of an uneducated one. Someone could see this also from the ancient and new comedies, for in the former, foul language used to be laughable, whereas in the latter, innuendo is more so, and these differ in no small way in point of decorum. Must one, then, define the person who jokes well as he who says what is not inappropriate for a liberal human being, or as he who does not cause pain to the listener, or even causes him delight? Or is this sort of thing indefinable too? For different things are hateful as well as pleasant to different people. Such also are the things someone will 112 Sir Book 4, Chapter 9 listen to, since what he endures listening to, he is held also to do. The tactful or witty person will not do just anything or everything, of course, since a joke is a kind of slander and legislators prohibit the slandering of some things, but they perhaps ought also to prohibit joking about some things. The refined and liberal person, then, is disposed in this way, he being like a law unto himself. The person characterized by the middle term, then, is of this sort, whether he is said to be tactful or witty. But the buffoon cannot resist a laugh, sparing neither himself nor others if he will produce laughter, and saying the sorts of things that a refined person would never say and some that he would not even listen to. The bore is useless in these sorts of associations because, contributing nothing to them. He is disgusted with everything. Rest and play seem to be necessary in life. The three means that are found in life, then, have been spoken of, and all are concerned with certain speeches and actions related to community. They differ in that one is concerned with truth, whereas the others are concerned with what is pleasant. Of those concerned with the pleasant, one has to do with what is pleasant in matters of play, the other with what is pleasant in the associations connected with the rest of life. Chapter 9. It is not fitting to speak about a sense of shame as a particular virtue, for it seems more like a passion than a characteristic. It is defined, at any rate, as a certain fear of disrepute, and it turns out to resemble the fear of terrible things, for those who feel shame blush and those who fear death turn pale. Both, then, appear in some way to be bodily, which seems to be more a mark of a passion than of a characteristic. But this passion is appropriate, not to every age but to the young, for we suppose that the young ought to be bashful because the many errors they make, in living by passion, are checked by a sense of shame. And we praise those of the young who are bashful, but no one would praise an older man because he is given to shame. We suppose that he ought not to do anything that incurs shame. Shame does not belong to a decent person either, since it occurs in connection with base things, for one must not do such things. And whether these are shameful truly or shameful according to opinion makes no difference, for neither is to be done. As a result, one should not feel shame. And to be the sort of person to do anything shameful is the mark of someone base. But to be disposed to feel shame at doing any such thing, and on this account to suppose that one is decent, is strange. For shame attaches to voluntary acts, but the decent person will never voluntarily do base things. Yet a sense of shame might be a decent thing on the basis of a given hypothesis. If a person were to do something base, he would feel shame. But this does not pertain to the virtues. If shamelessness, or not being ashamed to do shameful things, is base, it is still no more the case that he who is ashamed to do these sorts of things is decent. Self-restraint is not a virtue either, but something mixed. Yet what concerns it will be pointed out in what comes later. But now let us speak about justice. Books Chapter 1 concerning justice and injustice. We must examine what sort of actions they happen to be concerned with, as well as what sort of mean justice is and of what things the just is a middle term. Let our examination be in accord with the same method of inquiry employed in the matters discussed earlier. Now, we see that everyone wishes to say that justice is the sort of characteristic on the basis of which people are disposed to do just things and on the basis of which they act justly and wish for just things. It is the same way also concerning injustice, that it is that on the basis of which people are unjust and wish for unjust things. Hence for us too, let these things first be set down as an outline. What holds in the case of the sciences and capacities does not hold in that of the characteristics, The same capacity or science seems to pertain to opposites, but a characteristic does not seem to pertain to opposites. For example, as a result of health, one does not do things opposed to one another, things characteristic of health and those of sickness, for example but only what is healthy. We say that it is a healthy walk when one walks as a healthy person would. Many times, then, the one characteristic is known from its opposite, but many times too, the characteristics are known from the things in which they are found. For if the good condition is manifest, then the bad condition too becomes manifest. From what is conducive to it, the good condition becomes manifest, and from this good condition, what is conducive to it also becomes manifest. If the Book 5, Chapter 1, 91 good condition is firm flesh, then the bad condition is necessarily flabby flesh. And what is conducive to the good condition necessarily produces firmness in the flesh. It follows for the most part that if one of two terms is spoken of in various ways, then the other is spoken of in various ways as well. For example, if the just is spoken of in various ways, then so too is the unjust. Now, it seems that justice and injustice are spoken of in various ways, but because their meanings are close, their sharing of the same name is not noticed and is not as clear as it is in cases in which the meanings are far apart, for then the difference in their outward appearance is great, as in the case, for example, of what is called by the same name, clies, either the collarbone of animals or that with which people lock doors. So let us grasp in how many ways the unjust person is spoken o. The lawbreaker, then, is held to be unjust, as is he who grasps for more and is unequal. It is clear as a result that the just person will be both lawful and equal. The just, therefore, is what is lawful and what is equal. The unjust is what is unlawful and what is unequal. Since the unjust person grasps for more, he will be concerned with the good things not all goods but so many as good fortune and misfortune concern, which are those that are always good unqualifiedly but not always good for a particular person. Yet human beings pray for and pursue these things, though they ought not. Rather, they ought to pray that the things that are good unqualifiedly be good also for them, and they ought to choose the things that are good for them in fact. The unjust person does not always choose the greater share but chooses also the lesser share of things unqualifiedly bad. Yet because the lesser of what is bad also seems to be in some way good, and since to be grasping is to be after what is good, it is on this account that the unjust person is held to be grasping for more. He is unequal as well, for this inequality, sometimes this is the reading adopted by Becker and by Water. Other MSS suggest the following: for example, if the just and justice are spoken of in various ways, so too are the unjust and injustice. Book 5, Chapter 1 prehends and is common to taking both the greater share of the good and the lesser of the bad. Since, as noted before, he who is a lawbreaker is unjust and he who is lawful just, it is clear that all lawful things are somehow just. For matters defined by the legislative art are lawful, and each of these we declare to be just. The laws pronounce on all things, in their aiming at the common advantage, either for all persons or for the best or for those who have authority, either in accord with virtue or in some other such way. As a result, we say that those things apt to produce and preserve happiness and its parts for the political community are in a manner just. The law orders us to do the deeds of the courageous person, for example, not to leave the order of battle or to flee or to throw down our weapons, and those of the moderate person, for example, not to commit adultery or outrage, and those of the gentle person, for example, not to strike or to slander someone, and similarly also in the case of the other virtues and corruptions. The law commands the ones and forbids the others correctly, in the case of the law laid down correctly, and in a worse way, in the case of the law laid down haphazardly. This justice, then, is complete virtue, though not unqualifiedly but in relation to another person. And on account of this, justice is often held to be the greatest of the virtues, neither the evening star nor the morning dawn being so wondrous. And, speaking in proverbs, we assert that, in justice, every virtue is summed up. 9 Further, it is the most complete virtue because it is the use of complete virtue. It is complete because he who possesses it is able to use virtue also in relation to another, and not only as regards himself, for many people are able to use virtue in dealing with the members of their household, but in their affairs regarding another, they are unable to do so. And on this account, the saying of Bias seems good, that office will show the man. 1 degree for he who rules is already in relation to another and within the community. And on account of this same thing too, justice alone of the virtues is held to be another's good, because it relates to another. For it does what is advantageous to another, either to a ruler or to someone who shares in the community. Worst, then, is he who treats both himself and his friends in a corrupt. The phrase, in accord with virtue, is omitted in 1 ms. way, but best is he who makes use of virtue not in relation to himself but in relation to another. For this is a difficult task. This justice, then, is not a part of virtue but the whole of virtue, and the injustice opposed to it is not a part of vice but the whole of vice. In what respect virtue and this justice differ is clear from what has been said. For they are the same, though in their being, they are not the same. Rather, in the respect in which it bears a relation to another, it is justice; in the respect in which it is simply a characteristic of this sort, it is virtue. Chapter TWO. But we, at any rate, are investigating the justice that is a part of virtue, for there is some such one, as we assert, and similarly also the injustice that is a part of vice. And there is a sign that it exists. For he who acts in accord with the other kinds of corruption commits injustice but is not at all grasping for more. For example, someone who throws down his shield through cowardice, who speaks viciously on account of his harshness, or who does not donate money for another's aid on account of his stinginess. Yet when a person grasps for more, he often does so, not in connection with any one of these sorts of things, and even less in connection with them all, but rather in relation to a certain wickedness, for we blame it, namely, injustice. There is, therefore, some other injustice as a part of the whole, and something unjust that is a part of injustice as a whole, this latter being what is contrary to the law. Further, if someone commits adultery for the sake of gain and profits in addition thereby, whereas another spends money and suffers a loss on account of his desire, the latter would be held to be licentious rather than grasping for more, the former to be unjust but not licentious. It is dear, therefore, that he is such on account of the gain he receives. Further, concerning all other acts of injustice, reference is always made to a specific corruption. For example, if a person commits adultery, one refers to his licentiousness; if he deserts his comrade in arms, to his cowardice; if he strikes someone, to his anger; but if he makes a gain, wherefore to no corruption other than injustice. It is manifest, as a result, that there is a certain other, partial injustice, apart from the whole, of injustice understood as vice, which has the same name because its definition falls in the same genus. For both exercise their capacity in what concerns another person, but the one injustice pertains to honor, money, or preservation, or to some one thing if we were able to encompass all these by a single name, and arises on account of the pleasure associated with gain. The other injustice pertains to all the things with which a serious person is concerned. That the justices are multiple, then, and that there is also a certain other justice besides the whole of virtue, is clear. But one must grasp what and what sort of thing it is. Now, the unjust has been defined as both the unlawful and the unequal, the just as both the lawful and the equal. It is then to the unlawful that the injustice previously mentioned, that is, complete injustice, pertains. Since the unequal and the unlawful are not the same thing but different, as part in relation to whole, for everything unequal is unlawful, but not everything unlawful is unequal, so also the unjust and injustice, in the partial sense, are not the same but different from the unjust and injustice in the complete sense, the former as parts and the latter as wholes. For this injustice is a part of injustice as a whole, and similarly also this justice is a part of justice as a whole. As a result, one must speak also about both partial justice and partial injustice, and in like manner about the just and unjust that correspond to them. Let us put aside, then, the justice and injustice ordered in accord with the whole of virtue, the former being the use of the whole of virtue in relation to another, the latter being the use of the whole office. But it is manifest how one must define both the just and the unjust that accord with these. For roughly speaking, the majority of the lawful things are those commanded on the basis of the whole of virtue. The law commands us to live in accord with each virtue and forbids us to live in accord with each corruption. Things productive of the whole of virtue are all those legislative acts pertaining to the education to the common good. But as for the education pertaining to the individual, in reference to which he is a good man, simply whether this education belongs to the political art or to another one, must be determined later. for perhaps it is not the same thing in every case to be a good man and to be a good citizen. One form of partial justice, and of the just thing that accords with it, is found in the distributions of honor or money or any of the other things divisible among those who share in the regime. For in these things it is possible for one person to have a share that is either unequal or equal to Book 5, Chapter J and others. The other form of such justice is the corrective one involved in transactions, and of this latter there are in turn two parts, for some transactions are voluntary, others involuntary. The voluntary ones are of the following kinds: selling, buying, money lending, pledging security, investing, making deposits, and letting for hire. They are said to be voluntary because the beginning point of these transactions is voluntary. Of the involuntary transactions, some are covert, such as theft, adultery, poisoning, procuring, slave stealing, slaying by treachery, and bearing false witness. Others are violent, such as assault, imprisonment, death, rape, maiming, slander, and outrage. Chapter 3. Since the unjust person is unequal and what is unjust is unequal, it is clear that there is also a certain middle term associated with what is unequal. And this is the equal, for in whatever sort of action in which there are degrees, the more and the less, there is also the equal. If, then, the unjust is unequal, the just is equal, which is in fact what is held to be the case by everyone, even without argument. Since the equal is a middle term, the just would be a certain middle term. The equal involves at least two things. It is necessary, accordingly, for the just to be a middle term as well as equal, both in relation to something and for certain persons. In the respect in which it is a middle term, it is between certain things, these are the more and the less. In the respect in which it is equal, it involves two things, and in the respect in which it is just, it is for certain persons. It is necessary, therefore, for the just to involve at least four terms. The persons for whom it happens to be just are two, and the things involved, the matters of concern, are two. And there will be the same equality for the persons and the things involved, as the latter, the things in the given circumstances, are related, so also are the former. For if the people are not equal, they will not have equal things. Rather, from this arise fights and accusations, either when people who are equal have or are distributed unequal things, or when people who are unequal have or are distributed equal things. Further, this is clear from what accords with merit, for all agree that what is just in distributions ought to accord with a certain merit. Nevertheless, all do not mean the same thing by merit. Rather, democrats say it is freedom, oligarchs, wealth, others, good birth, aristocrats, virtue. The just, therefore, is a certain proportion. Proportion is not peculiar to abstract number alone, but belongs to number generally. For proportion is an equality of ratios, and it involves at least four terms. That the discrete proportion involves four terms, then, is clear. But so too does the continuous proportion, for it employs the one term as 2 and names it twice. For example, as line 9 is to line tilde, so line tilde is to line y. Thus line tilde is named twice, so that if line tilde is set down twice, there will be 4 proportional terms. The just 2 is divided into at least 4 terms and the ratio is the same, for it is divided similarly between the persons and the things involved. Therefore, as the term 9 is to tilde, the persons, so also is to the things, and so2 alternately, as 9 is to y, so tilde is to 0. So too, as a result, is the whole to the whole, 9 plus r, tilde plus o, sad smiley 9, tilde, which is what the distribution links, and if they are put together in this way, it links them justly. Therefore, the combination of term 9 with r and of term tilde with is what is just in the distribution, and the just here is a middle term, whereas the unjust is what is contrary to the proportion, for the proportion is a middle term and the just is a proportion. The mathematicians call this sort of proportion geometric, for in the geometric proportion, it follows also that whole is to whole as each part is to each part. But this proportion is not continuous, for there is not a single numerical term for person and thing. The just in this case, then, is the proportional, the unjust is what is contrary to the proportion. The unjust, therefore, is both what is more than the proportion, on the one side, and what is less than it, on the other, which is in fact what happens when it comes to our deeds. He who acts unjustly has more of the good, and he who suffers injustice, less, and the reverse in the case of what is bad. For the lesser share of what is bad, compared with the greater share of it, falls into the definition of what is good. The lesser bad is more choice-worthy than the greater. What is choice-worthy is good, and the more choice-worthy it is, the greater a good it is. This, then, is one form of the just. Chapter 4. The remaining form of the just is the corrective, which occurs in transactions, both voluntary and involuntary. The just in this sense has a differ times the term translated as ratios is the plural of logos. It appears below also in the singular. Book 5, Chapter 4. Nth form from the previous one. For the just in the distribution of things held in common always accords with the proportion spoken opound, and in fact if the distribution comes out of common resources, it will accord with the same ratio that the contributions have toward each other. The unjust that is opposite to the just in this sense is contrary to the proportion. The just in transactions is a certain equality, and the unjust, a certain inequality, yet not in accord with the proportion just indicated but in accord with an arithmetic one. For it makes no difference at all whether a decent person robs a base one, or a base person a decent one, or if a decent or a base person commits adultery. Rather, the law looks only at the difference that stems from the harm done, and it treats persons as equals. If the one person acts unjustly, the other suffers injustice, and if the one did harm, the other was harmed. As a result, since the unjust in this sense is an inequality, the judge tries to restore equality. For indeed, if one person is struck and the other strikes, or if he also kills him and the other dies, the suffering and the doing involved are divided into unequal segments. But the judge tries to restore equality by inflicting a loss, thereby taking away the gain. For the term gain is used as a way of speaking simply in such circumstances, even if in certain cases it would not be the proper name. For example, for the person who struck another, and the term loss is used for him who suffered. But, at any rate, whenever the suffering is measured, the one is called a loss, the other a gain. As a result, the equal is a middle term with respect to what is more and less, while the gain and the loss are more and less in opposite ways. More of the good and less of the bad is gain, the reverse is loss. The middle term with respect to these is, as we noted, the equal, which we say is just. As a result, the just that is corrective would be the middle term when it comes to loss and gain. Hence, when people dispute with one another, they find refuge before a judge. To go to a judge is to go to the just, for a judge wishes to be, as it were, the just in soul. And people seek a judge as a middle way, and some call them mediators, on the grounds that, if they hit on the middle term, they will have hit on the just. The just, therefore, is a certain middle way, if in fact the judge is as well. The judge also restores equality, just as, Book 5, Chapter 4, in the case of a line cut into unequal parts, one subtracts that by which the larger part exceeds the half and adds it to the smaller part. When the whole is divided in two, then people assert that they have what is theirs whenever they receive what is equal. The equal is the middle term of the larger and the smaller in accord with the arithmetic proportion. On this account as well, it has its name, JustInTime, because it is divided in two, dicha, just as if one were to say, divided, dichaein, and of the judge, dicasts, that he is a divider, dicasts. For when, of two equal things, a part is subtracted from one and added to the other, then the latter exceeds by twice the part subtracted from, for if the one is subtracted from, but the other not added to, then the latter exceeds only by one. Therefore, the latter exceeds the middle term by one, and the middle term exceeds the one subtracted from by one. By this, then, we will know both what we ought to subtract from the person who has the greater share and what we ought to add to him who has the lesser. We ought to add that which exceeds the middle term to the person with the lesser, and to subtract from the one who has the greatest that by which the middle term is exceeded. The lines al, tilde w. Y being equal to one another, subtract from, /dot, /. The part, /dot, tilde and add it to y as part, so that the whole, y exceeds tilde, /. By ori and e tilde. And hence tilde w by ori. These names, both loss and gain, have come from voluntary transactions, For to have more than what is one's own is spoken of as gaining, and to have less than what one had at the beginning, as suffering a loss in buying and selling, for example, and in as many other transactions as the law has permitted. When people have neither more nor less but the very things they have contributed, they declare that they have what is their own and that they have neither suffered a loss nor gained. As with Bywater, we omit what appears to be an interpolation from IA 16. This is the case also in the other arts, for they would perish if the maker did not make both so much and such a kind of a given product, and the recipient did not receive both the same amount and same kind of product. Book 5, Chapter 5. A result, in transactions that are contrary to what is voluntary. The just is a middle term between a certain gain and loss. It is to have what is equal both before and after the transaction. Chapter 5:19. Reciprocity is also held by some to be the just unqualifiedly, as the Pythagoreans asserted, for they used to define the just unqualifiedly as reciprocity toward another. But reciprocity fits neither with the just in the distributive sense nor with the just in the corrective sense, although people want this reciprocity to mean also what is just according to Rhadamanthus 20. If he should suffer the things he did, then justice would be straight. For in many cases, there is a discrepancy between reciprocity and what is just. For example, if a ruler strikes another, he ought not to be struck in return, but if someone strikes a ruler, he ought to be not only struck but also punished. Further, there is a great difference between what is voluntary and what is involuntary. But in communities concerned with exchange, the just in this sense reciprocity in accord with proportion and not in accord with equality holds them together, for the city stays together by means of proportional reciprocity. For either people seek to reciprocate harm for harm, if they do not, that is held to be slavish, or they seek to reciprocate good for good. And if they do not do this, there is no mutual exchange, and people stay together through mutual exchange. Hence two people place a shrine to the graces along the roadway, to foster reciprocal giving, for this belongs to gratitude. One ought to serve in return someone who has been gracious, and ought oneself, the next time, to take the lead in being gracious. Book 5, Chapter 5. The combination that aligns with the diagonal produces proportional reciprocal giving. For example, let A be a house builder, tilde a shoemaker, a house, and a sandal. The house builder, then, ought to take from the shoemaker the work he produces and give in exchange a share of his own work. If, then, there is first proportional equality and then reciprocal exchange occurs, the proportional reciprocity spoken of will take place. If not, the exchange is not equal and does not endure. For nothing prevents the work of the one person from being superior to that of the other. These things ought, therefore, to be equalized. This is the case also in the other arts, for they would perish if the maker did not make both so much and such a kind of a given product, and the recipient did not receive both the same amount and same kind of product. For no community comes into existence out of two doctors, but rather out of a doctor and a farmer, and, in general, out of those who are different and not equal. But these differing types must be equalized. Hence all that is exchanged must somehow be capable of being compared. For this purpose, money has arisen and become in a way a middle term. For it measures everything, both excess and deficiency, so that it measures however many sandals are equal to a house or to food. Accordingly, as a house builder stands in relation to a shoemaker, so a given number of sandals must stand in relation to a house or food. For if this is not the case, then there will be no exchange or community, and this will not be the case if the terms should not be somehow equal. All things, therefore, must be measured by some one thing, as was said earlier. This thing is, in truth, need, which holds all things together. For if people should not need anything, or not in the same way, then 24 to achieve proportional reciprocal giving, a must conjoin with O and tilde with Y, and so, in the simplest sense, the equation must work out along the diagonal as A plus O equals tilde plus Y. House builder shoemaker, Y house sandal. But for the mathematical proof of reciprocity in this sense, see Euclid, Element 6. Or, legal currency, the term Aristotle here uses, nomisma, means anything sanctioned by current or established usage, nomos, and so, current coin, or money, LSJ. In 6, we translate cremata as money and nomisma as legal currency. But here in book we follow English idiom and for the most part translate the term as money. Book 5, Chapter 5. There will either not be exchange or not the same sort of exchange. But money has become, by agreement, a kind of exchangeable representative of need, and on account of this it has its name, nomisma, literally, legal currency, because it exists not by nature but by law, nomos, and it is up to us to change it or render it useless. Therefore, there will be reciprocity when terms are made equal, and the result will be that, as a farmer stands in relation to a shoemaker, so the work of the shoemaker stands in relation to that of the farmer. But one must not bring the works into the figure of the proportion AFI, they have been exchanged. If they are, one of the extremes will have both excesses, but one must do so instead when people still have their own things. In this way, they will be equals and partners in a community, since it is possible for this equality to arise in their cases. Let the farmer be A, his food Y, the shoemaker tilde. The work of his that is being equalized, toy. If it were not possible to have reciprocity in this way, then there would be no community. That need holds people together as if they were some single entity is clear. For when either both parties or one of them is not in need of the other, they do not undertake exchange, as does happen when someone needs what another has. For example, because they are in need of wine, people give their license to export corn. Therefore, this exchange must be made equal. As for the exchange that will occur in the future, if there is no such need of it now, money is like a guarantee for us that it will occur when there is need of it, since someone who brings money ought to attain what he needs. Now, money undergoes this same thing as well, for it is not always possible for it to be equal. Nevertheless, it tends to stay more constant than does the value of particular commodities. Hence all things ought to have a value assigned to them, for in this way there will always be exchange, and if there is exchange, then there will be community. Hence by making things commensurate, money, just like a measure, equalizes them. For there is no community if there is no exchange, or exchange if there is no equality, or equality if there is no commensurability. Now, in truth, it is impossible for things that differ greatly from one another to become commensurable, but it is possible, to a sufficient Deo. 26. This last phrase, which is ungrammatical, is suspected by Bywater, who suggests that the text may have a lacuna. One might insert a negative, as is the case whenever one does not possess what someone needs. For example, he needs wine, while people are giving their license to export corn, but doing so raises other difficulties, so there is no obvious solution in translating this phrase. 102, Book 5, Chapter 5 Gri, in relation to need. So there must be some one thing that serves as a measure, and this is based on a presupposition, hence it is called legal currency, nomisma. For it makes all things commensurable, since all things are measured by currency. Take a house as A, 10 minae as tilde. A couch as Y. Is half of tilde if the house is worth or equal to 5 minae, and the couch, Y, is 1/10 a part of tilde. Accordingly, it is clear how many couches are equal to a house, namely, 5. That there used to be exchange in this way before the advent of money is clear, for it makes no difference at all whether 5 couches are exchanged for a house, or for however much money 5 couches are worth. What the unjust and the just are, then, has been stated. And with these things defined, it is clear that just action is a middle term with respect to doing injustice and suffering injustice, for the former is to have more and the latter is to have less than one ought. Justice is also a certain mean, not in the same way as in the other virtues, but because it is bound up with a middle term, whereas injustice belongs to the extremes. And justice refers to that by which the just person is said to be disposed to act according to his choice of what is just, and to distribute things to himself in relation to another, and to another person in relation to a third, not in such a way as to distribute more of what is choice-worthy to himself and less to his neighbor, and of harm the reverse, but rather to distribute what is equal in accord with the proportion, and similarly also in the case of another person in relation to a third. But injustice involves the opposite, distribution, with regard to what is unjust, and this is excess or deficiency of the beneficial or harmful respectively, contrary to what is proportional. Hence injustice is excess and deficiency, since it is bound up with an excess and a deficiency, an excess in one's own case of what is unqualifiedly beneficial and a deficiency of what is harmful. And, in the case of the others involved, injustice is as a whole similar. But it is contrary to what is proportional in one way or another, whether by assigning too little benefit or too great a harm to others, as the case may be. With respect to the wrong done, the lesser wrong is to suffer injustice, the greater is to commit injustice. Seen above. A mina was the equivalent of 100 drachmae, and in the course of the Peloponnesian War, a drachma a day was a good wage for a soldier. A house worth 5 minae, then, or 500 drachmae, would take such a soldier approximately 16 months to pay for, assuming, of course, no other expenses. Book 5, Chapter 6. As for what concerns justice and injustice, then, that is, what the nature of each is, let it have been stated in this way, and similarly also what concerns the just and unjust in the general sense. Chapter 6. Since it is possible that he who does injustice is not yet an unjust person, what sort of wrongs does someone who is in fact unjust commit, in the case of each sort of injustice, for example, a thief, an adulterer, or a pirate? Or, in this respect, will it not make any difference? For someone could have intercourse with a woman, knowing who she is, but this has its origin not in one's choice but in one's passion. He who does injustice, then, is not unjust. For example, he is not a thief, though he stole, and he is not an adulterer, though he did commit adultery, and similarly also in the other cases. Now, how reciprocity stands in relation to the just has been stated earlier. But it must not escape our notice that what is being sought is also the just unqualifiedly, that is, the just in the political sense. And this exists among those who share a life in common with a view to being self-sufficient, who are free and equal, either in accord with a proportion or arithmetically. As a result, for all those for whom this does not exist, there is nothing politically just in relation to one another, but only something just in a certain sense and by way of a similarity. The just exists for those for whom there is also law pertaining to them, and law exists among those for whom there is injustice. For justice is a judgment about the just and the unjust. Among those for whom there is injustice, there is also the doing of injustice among them, though among those for whom there is the doing of injustice, not all are marked by injustice, and this is to distribute more of the unqualifiedly good things to oneself and less of the unqualifiedly bad than one ought. Hence we do not permit a human being to rule, but rather law, because a human being makes this distribution, of things good and bad, for himself and so becomes a tyrant. But a ruler is a guardian of the just, and if of the just, then also of the equal. For it seems that he gains nothing for himself. If he is indeed just, he does not distribute more of what is unqualifiedly good to himself, unless it is proportional in relation to himself. Hence he labors for another, and on account of this, people declare that justice is the good of another, as was said also before. Some wage, therefore, must be given to him, and this is honor and privilege. But those for whom these sorts of things are not sufficient become tyrants. The just peculiar to a slave master and to a father are not the same as these political senses of justice, though they are similar. For there is no injustice in an unqualified sense toward one's own things, but one's property or offspring, until the latter is of a certain age and independent, is like a part of oneself, and nobody chooses to harm himself. Hence there is no injustice in relation to oneself, nor, therefore, is there what is unjust and just in the political sense. For, as we saw, these accord with law and exist among those for whom law is natural, namely, those for whom there is equality in ruling and being ruled. Hence the just exists more in relation to a wife than in relation to one's offspring and possessions, for this is the just pertaining to household management. But this too is different from the just in the political sense. Chapter 7 of the just in the political sense, one part is natural, the other, conventional. The natural part of political justice is that which has the same capacity everywhere and is not dependent on being held to exist or not, whereas the conventional part is that which at the beginning makes no difference whether it is thus or otherwise, but once people have set it down, it does make a difference. For example, the sum of money to offer for ransom, or to sacrifice a goat rather than 2 sheep, or, further, all that people legislate in each particular case, for example, to sacrifice, to procedures, and specific decrees. In the opinion of some people, all just things are of this character, because what is by nature is unchangeable and has the same capacity everywhere, just as fire burns both here and in Persia, whereas they see the just things being changed. But this is not the way it is, or rather, it is this way in a sense, while among the gods, at any rate, it is perhaps not at all this way. Among us there is in fact something that is just by nature, though it is altogether changeable. Nevertheless, in one respect it is by nature, in another it is not by nature. It is dear what sort of thing is by nature, among the things that admit of being otherwise, and what sort is not by nature but is conventional and by agreement, if indeed both are similarly changeable. The same distinction will apply also in other cases. By nature, the right hand is stronger, although it is possible for all to become ambidextrous. As for things that are just by agreement and in reference to advantage, they are like measures. The measures for wine and corn are not everywhere equal. Rather, where wine and corn are bought, the measures are greater, and where they are sold, smaller. And similarly, the just things that are not natural but human are not everywhere the same, since the regimes are not either, but everywhere there is only one regime that is in accord with nature, the best regime. Each of the just and lawful things is related to the various acts that accord with them, as universals are to the several particulars. For whereas there are many particular acts, each of the just and lawful things is one, since it is universal. An act of injustice differs from the unjust, and an act of justice differs from the just. For what is unjust is by nature or by enactment, but this very thing becomes an act of injustice once it is done, yet until what is unjust is done, it is not yet an act of injustice, though it is unjust. The case is similar also for an act of justice, though this is more commonly called a just action, dikaiopregema, whereas an act of justice, dikaioma, is a correction of an act of injustice. In reference to each of these, we must examine later what forms it takes, how many forms there are, and with what sorts of things each happens to be concerned. Chapter 8. Since the just and the unjust things are as stated, someone acts unjustly or performs a just act when he does these things voluntarily. When he does them involuntarily, he neither acts unjustly nor performs a just act, except incidentally. For people do just and unjust things incidentally, but an unjust and a just act are defined in terms of the voluntary and involuntary. When the act is voluntary, it is blamed, and at the same time it is then also an unjust act, so that there will be something unjust but not yet an unjust act if voluntariness is not present in addition. I mean by voluntary, as has been stated earlier as well, 7. Whatever act is up to a person and he performs knowingly, not in ignorance of either the person acted on, the means used, or that for the sake of which he acts. For example, he strikes someone with something and for the sake of something, and he does each of these not incidentally or under compulsion, as if someone, taking his hand, were to strike another, which is not done voluntarily since it is not up to him. It is possible that the person being struck is his father, and for someone to know that he who is struck is a human being or among those present, but to be ignorant that he is his father. And let this sort of distinction be similarly made concerning both that for the sake of which he acts and the action as a whole. Hence that which a person is ignorant of, or which he is not ignorant of but is not up to him, or that which is forced, is involuntary. For we do and suffer knowingly many things that happen by nature, but they are neither voluntary nor involuntary, for example, to age or to die. Similarly, in the case of unjust and just things, there is also that which is done incidentally. In fact, someone could give back something deposited in trust involuntarily and through fear. One must deny that such a person either does what is just or acts justly, except incidentally. Similarly too, one must assert that he who, under necessity and involuntarily, does not give back something deposited with him in trust acts unjustly or does unjust things only incidentally. Some voluntary things we do because we have chosen them, others we do though we have not chosen them. We choose all those. Book 5, Chapter 8 we deliberated about beforehand, and those not chosen are those not deliberated about beforehand. Now, since there are 3 types of harm that arise in communities, those that are done in ignorance are errors whenever the person acted on, the act, the means, or that for the sake of which the act is done is not as the person acting assumed. For he supposed that he was either not throwing or not with this thing or not at this person or not for the sake of this end, but the result is not the one he supposed would occur. For example, he supposed that he acted not in order to wound but only to prick, or not to wound this person, or not with this thing. Whenever, then, contrary to reasonable expectation, harm occurs, it is an unfortunate thing. Whenever harm occurs not contrary to reasonable expectation but without vice, it is an error, for one errs when the origin of the cause is in oneself, whereas one is unfortunate when it is external. But whenever harm is done knowingly yet without prior deliberation, it is an unjust act. For example, whatever is done through spiritedness and all other passions that necessarily or naturally befall human beings. For in inflicting these harms and making these errors, people do injustice, and these are acts of injustice. Still, these people are not yet unjust or wicked for these reasons, for the harm done does not arise through any corruption. But whenever the harm arises from choice, the person involved is unjust and corrupt. Hence it is noble to judge acts that arise from spiritedness as not stemming from forethought, since he who acts from spiritedness is not the origin of the act, rather, the person who made him angry is. Further, what did or did not happen is not the subject of dispute but rather what is just in the given circumstance, since anger depends on an apparent injustice. For it is not the case, as it is in contracts, that people dispute about what happened, in which case it is necessary for one of the two parties to be corrupt, unless they dispute out of forgetfulness. Rather, they agree about the matter at hand, but they dispute about which side justice lies on, whereas someone who plotted against another is not ignorant that what he has done is unjust, with the result that the one party supposes that he is suffering an injustice, the other that the former is not. But if a person harms someone from choice, he acts unjustly, and it is in reference to these acts of injustice that he who does them is himself unjust, whenever the act is contrary to what is proportional or equal. Similarly to a person is himself just whenever he performs a just act, having chosen to do so, but he performs a just act if he simply acts voluntarily. 108. Have involuntary acts. Some are forgivable, others are not forgivable. For all the errors that people commit, not only in ignorance but also on account of ignorance, are subject to forgiveness, whereas all errors not committed on account of ignorance but while people are in a state of ignorance as a result of a passion that is neither natural nor human are not subject to forgiveness. Chapter 9. But if what concerns the suffering and the doing of injustice has been adequately defined, someone might be perplexed, first, as to whether it is as Euripides said, putting it oddly, I killed my mother, brief is my speech. You voluntarily and she voluntarily, or she, not, voluntarily and you not voluntarily. 39. For is it truly possible to suffer injustice voluntarily, or is it not, rather, entirely involuntary, just as also the doing of injustice is entirely voluntary? But then again, is in fact suffering injustice either one way or the other entirely voluntary or entirely involuntary, or is it sometimes voluntary and sometimes involuntary? Similar too is the case of being treated justly, for performing a just act is entirely voluntary, just as performing an unjust act is entirely voluntary. As a result, it is reasonable for there to be a similar opposition in each case, and so for suffering injustice and being treated justly to be either entirely voluntary or entirely involuntary. Yet it would seem to be strange in the case of being treated justly, if, that is, being treated justly were entirely voluntary. Some who are treated justly do not submit to it voluntarily. Next, someone might be perplexed also about this, whether everyone who has suffered something unjust always thereby suffers injustice, or whether what pertains in the case of the doing pertains also in the case of Nicomachean, is the same one translated as sympathetic judgment in 6.u. 109. The suffering. For it is possible, in the case of both doing and suffering, to share incidentally in just things. Similarly, it is clear that this is also possible in the case of unjust things, for to do unjust things is not the same as to be unjust, to suffer unjust things is not the same as to suffer injustice, and similarly also in the case of performing a just act and being treated justly. For it is impossible to suffer injustice if another does not do an injustice, or to be treated justly if another person does not do something just. If to do injustice is simply to harm someone voluntarily, and the person who acts voluntarily knows whom he is harming, with what, and in what manner, and the person who lacks self-restraint harms himself voluntarily, then in that case he would do injustice voluntarily, and it would be possible for him to do injustice to himself, and this too is one of the perplexing questions, whether it is possible for someone to do injustice to himself. Further, there is perplexity as to whether someone, on account of his lack of self-restraint, could be harmed voluntarily by another who acts voluntarily, such that it could be possible for him to suffer injustice voluntarily. Or is the definition not correct, and must one rather add to doing harm knowing to whom, with what, and in what manner, the phrase, against the other's wish? Someone is harmed voluntarily and suffers unjust things, then, but no one voluntarily suffers injustice, for no one wishes for this, not even the person lacking self-restraint. Rather, he acts against his own wish. For no one wishes for what he supposes not to be of serious worth, and the person lacking self-restraint supposes that he ought not to do what he proceeds to do. The person who gives away his own things, just as Homer asserts that Glaucus gave to Diomede gold for bronze, the worth of 100 cattle for 941, does not suffer injustice. For the giving is up to him, but suffering injustice is not up to him. Rather, there must be someone who commits injustice. As for suffering injustice, then, it is clear that it is not voluntary. Of the things we chose to speak, (2) remain, whether he who distributes more than is merited is ever unjust, or whether the unjust person is the one who receives that greater share, and whether it is possible for someone to do injustice to himself. For if the first statement is possible, and he who distributes what is more than is merited does injustice, but not he who receives it, then if someone knowingly and voluntarily distributes more of his own things to another, this person does injustice to himself, which is the very thing that those of a measured disposition are held to do, since the decent person is disposed to taking less for himself. Or is not even this a simple thing? For, as may happen, the decent person is grasping for more than his share of another good, for example, of reputation, or of what is unqualifiedly noble. Further, this perplexity is resolved by referring to what distinguished the doing of injustice, for whoever gives more of his own goods than is merited suffers nothing contrary to his own wish. The result is that he does not suffer injustice on this account, at least, but if he suffers anything at all, it is harm only. But it is manifest too that he who distributes more than is merited does injustice, though not always he who receives more. For what is unjust belongs not to the person who simply does injustice but to the one who does it voluntarily. This rests in him who is the origin of the action, which is in the person who distributes but not in the one who receives. Further, since to do, poiein, is spoken of in many ways, and it is possible for inanimate things to kill also for a hand and a house slave who is so commanded, the person who receives a greater share is not acting unjustly, though he does do, poiein, unjust things. Further, if the distributor judged in ignorance, he does not do injustice according to what is legally just, and neither is his judgment unjust, though it is in a sense unjust. What is legally just is different from what is just in the primary sense. But if he judged unjustly, while recognizing this fact, then he himself too is grasping for more, either of gratitude or of vengeance. Just as if, then, someone should receive a share of an unjust distribution, so too he who judges unjustly because of these things, gratitude or vengeance, receives more than his share. For if he were to make a judgment about land on this basis, then he would take not land but money. Human beings suppose that doing injustice is up to them, and hence also that what is just is easy. But it is not. For to have intercourse with the neighbor's wife, to strike someone nearby, and to put money into someone's hand is, they suppose, easy and up to them, but to do these things while being in a certain state is neither easy nor up to them. Similarly too, people suppose that to know the just and unjust things is in no way to be wise, because it is not difficult to comprehend what the laws say, but these are not the just things, except incidentally. But how the just things are done and how they are distributed, this is indeed a greater task than to know what is conducive to health, since even here to know about honey, wine, hellebore, cauterizing, and cutting is easy, but to know Book 5, Chapter 10, 111 how one must administer them with a view to health, and to whom and when, is as great a task as to be a physician. On account of this very thing too, people suppose that doing injustice belongs no less to the just person than to the unjust, because the just person would be no less able but even more able to act both justly and unjustly. For he could, they suppose, have intercourse with another's wife and strike another, and the courageous man could throw down his shield and, turning every which way, run in whatever direction. But being a coward or doing injustice is not doing these things, except incidentally, but rather doing them when one is in a certain state, just as being a doctor or healing someone does not consist in cutting or not cutting someone, or prescribing drugs or not prescribing them, but in doing these things in a certain way. The just things exist among those who share in the unqualifiedly good things and who have an excess or a deficiency of them. For some, there is no excess of these goods, for example, the gods, perhaps. For others, for the incurably bad, there is no beneficial portion of them, but all of them do harm. And for still others, there is a beneficial portion up to a certain amount. On account of this, justice is something human. Chapter 10. What concerns equity and the equitable. How equity stands in relation to justice and the equitable in relation to the just is the next thing to speak opound, for they appear, to those who examine them, to be neither simply the same thing nor each in a different genus. And sometimes we praise what is equitable and this sort of man, such that when we bestow praise also on other things, we use the term equitable in place of good, thus making it clear that what is more equitable is better. But sometimes it appears strange, to those who follow up the argument, if the equitable is something praiseworthy, despite its being other than the just. For, if they are different, either the just is not a serious thing or the equitable is itself not just. 44. Or, if both are serious, they are the same thing. The reading of the MSS. An ancient translation, however, suggests an original text that would read, hence this, i.e., the good, is something human. Burnett, among others, prefers this emended version, since the text as it stands has no expressed, or even clearly implied, subject. Book 5, Chapter 10. The perplexity concerning what is equitable, then, arises for pretty much these reasons. For the equitable, though it is better than the just in a certain sense, is just, and it is not because it belongs to a different class of thing that it is better than the just. Therefore, the just and the equitable are the same thing, and although both are serious, the equitable is superior. This is what produces the perplexity, because although the equitable is just, it is not what is just according to law. The equitable is instead a correction of the legally just. The cause of this is that all law is general, but concerning some matters it is not possible to speak correctly in a general way. In those cases, then, in which it is necessary to speak generally, but it is not possible to do so correctly, the law takes what is for the most part the case, but without being ignorant of the error involved in so doing. And the law is no less correct for all that. The error resides not in the law or in the lawgiver but in the nature of the matter at hand. For such is simply the stuff of which actions are made. Whenever the law speaks generally, then, but what happens in a given case constitutes an exception to the general rule, then it is correct, where the lawgiver omits something and erred by speaking unqualifiedly, to rectify that omission with what the lawgiver himself would have said if he had been present and, if he had known of this case, what he would have legislated. Hence equity is just and better than what is just in a certain sense, not what is just unqualifiedly, but the error that arises through its being stated unqualifiedly. This is in fact the nature of the equitable, a correction of flaw in the respect in which it is deficient because of its being general. For this is the cause also of the fact that all things are not in accord with law. It is impossible to set down a law in some matters, so that one must have recourse to a specific decree instead. For the rule, or measure, of something indeterminate is indeterminate too, just as is the case with the lead rule used in house building in Lesbos. 45. The lead rule changes in relation to the shape of the stone and does not stay the same, and so too the specific decree changes in relation to the matters at hand. That was used in fitting polygonal stones together in Cyclopean building, such as at Tiryns, see Burnett. But Stewart suggests, and Burnett concurs, that Aristotle has in mind a certain moulding, typical of Lesbos, which was undulating, not a simple hollow like the Dorian, Burnett, and was shaped to the surface of one rock and then used to determine stones that would best match it. What the equitable is, then, that it is both just and better than the just in a certain sense is clear. It is manifest from this also who the equitable person is, he who is disposed to choose and to do these sorts of things and is not exacting to a fault about justice, but is instead disposed to take less for himself even though he has the law on his side, is equitable. And this characteristic is equity, it being a certain sort of justice and not some other characteristic. Chapter 11. Whether it is possible to do injustice to oneself or not is manifest from what has been said. For some just things have been arranged by the law in reference to the whole of virtue. For example, the law does not command one to kill oneself, and what the law does not command, it forbids. Further, when, contrary to law, a person harms another voluntarily, and not because he is retaliating, he thereby does injustice, and he does so voluntarily when he knows both whom he harms and with what. A person who, on account of his anger, kills himself voluntarily does this contrary to correct reason, which the law does not permit. Therefore, he does injustice. But to whom? Is it to the city but not to himself? For he suffers voluntarily, and no one suffers injustice voluntarily. Hence the city imposes a penalty, and a certain dishonor attaches to him who destroys himself, on the grounds that he does the city an injustice. Further, in the case where someone who does injustice is only unjust but not wholly base, it is not possible to do injustice to oneself. This latter case is different from the former one. There is a sense in which the unjust person, like the coward, is wicked in such a way that he is not wholly wicked. So he too is not unjust in the sense of beingwollewicht. For, if it were possible to be unjust to oneself, the same thing would have been simultaneously taken away from and added to the same person. But this is impossible. Rather, it is always necessary for the just and the unjust to involve more than one person. Further, the unjust is voluntary, stems from choice, and is prior in time to the harm one undergoes. For the person who, because he suffered some harm, also reciprocates the same thing is not held to do injustice, but if the same person does these things to himself, he simultaneously both suffers and does them. Further, if someone could do himself an injustice, it would be possible for him to 114 have suffered injustice voluntarily. And, in addition to these considerations, no one does injustice without committing particular acts of injustice. No one commits adultery with his own wife, breaks into his own house, or steals his own things. On the whole, the perplexing question of one's being able to do injustice to oneself is resolved also by the distinction made concerning whether a person suffers injustice voluntarily. It is manifest too that both suffering injustice and doing injustice are base, or bad. For suffering injustice is to have less and doing injustice to have more than the middle term, just as is also the case with health in medicine and good condition in gymnastic training. But, nevertheless, doing injustice is worse. For doing injustice is accompanied by vice and is blameworthy. And this vice is either complete and unqualified or nearly so, for not every unjust act done voluntarily is accompanied by injustice. Yet suffering injustice is without vice and injustice. In itself, then, suffering injustice is less base, or bad, though nothing prevents it from producing incidentally the greater harm. But this is of no concern to the art involved. Rather, medicine calls pleurisy a greater malady than stumbling, although sometimes the latter might be worse incidentally if it should turn out that he who stumbles is seized by enemies or killed because he fell. Metaphorically and in reference to a certain similarity, there is something just that pertains, not to a person in relation to himself, but to certain parts of himself. This is not the just in every sense of the term, but rather that peculiar to the slave master or household manager. In these sorts of arguments, the part of the soul possessing reason is set apart from the non-rational. Hence to those who look to these considerations, there does in fact seem to be injustice in relation to oneself, because in these parts of the soul, it is possible to suffer something contrary to their respective longings. Just as for ruler and ruled, then, there seems to be something just in relation to each other, so also in the case of these parts of the soul. Concerning justice and the other moral virtues, then, let the distinctions be made in this manner. Book Chapter 1. Now, since we happen to have said previously that one ought to choose the middle term, not the excess and not the deficiency, and that the middle term is what correct reason states it to be, let us define this. For in all the characteristics mentioned, just as in the others as well, there is a certain target that he who possesses reason looks to and so tightens or loosens, too, and there is a certain defining boundary of the middle, which middle, we assert, is between the excess and the deficiency, since it is in accord with correct reason. But speaking in this way is, though truthful, not at all clear. For in all the other concerns too about which a science exists, it is true to say that one ought not to strain or slacken either too much or too little, but as accords with the mean and as correct reason states. Yet if somebody should possess this alone, he would be no further ahead in his knowledge. For example, he would not know what sorts of things ought to be applied to the body if somebody should say, so many things as the art of medicine commands and as he who possesses that art commands. Hence in the case of the characteristics of the soul too, not only ought this to be stated truly, but what correct reason is must also be defined, that is, what its defining boundary is. 113 Bo Book 6, Chapter 2. When defining the virtues of the soul, we asserted that some are virtues of character, others of thinking. Now, as for the moral virtues, we have gone through them, but as for those that remain, let us speak first about soul, and do so as follows. It was stated previously, then, that there are two parts of the soul, the one possessing reason as well as the non-rational part. But now we must divide the part possessing reason in the same manner. Let it be posited that the parts possessing reason are two. One part is that by which we contemplate all those sorts of beings whose principles do not admit of being otherwise, one part that by which we contemplate all those things that do admit of being otherwise. For when it comes to beings that differ in kind from one another, the part of the soul that naturally relates to each is also different in kind, if in fact it is by dint of a certain similarity and kinship that knowledge is available to the rational parts of the soul. And let it be said that one of these is the scientific, the other, the calculative. 6. For deliberating and calculating are the same thing, and nobody deliberates about things that do not admit of being otherwise. The calculative, as a result, is one part of that which possesses reason. So it is necessary to grasp what the best characteristic of each of these two parts is, for this is the virtue of each, and virtue is relative to the work belonging to each thing. Chapter TWO. There are three things in the soul that are authoritative over action and truth: sense perception, intellect, and longing. But of these, sense perception is not the origin of any action, and this is clear from the fact that beasts have sense perception but do not share in action. What affirmation and denial are in the case of thinking, pursuit and avoidance are in the case of longing for something. As a result, since moral virtue is a characteristic marked by choice, and choice is longing marked by deliberation, then on account of these considerations, the reasoning involved must be true and the longing correct, if in fact the choice is a serious one, and what the reasoning asserts must be the same as what the longing pursues. This, then, is the thinking and the truth concerned with Book 6, Chapter 2, 117 Action. But in contemplative thinking, on the other hand, and not that characterized by action or making, thinking well or badly consists in the true and the false respectively, for this is the work of the thinking part as a whole, whereas practical thinking is well done when truth is in agreement with the correct longing. Of action, then, choice is the origin, that from which the motion arises but not that for the sake of which one moves, and of choice, The origin is one's longing and the reasoning that indicates what it is for the sake of which one acts. Hence there cannot be choice either in the absence of intellect and thinking or in the absence of a moral characteristic, for there cannot be acting well or its contrary inaction in the absence of thinking and character. Now, thinking itself moves nothing, but thinking that is for the sake of something and concerned with action does, for it serves as the starting point also of an art concerned with making something. It is for the sake of something that every maker makes what he does, and the thing made is not an end simply, rather, it is an end only relative to something and of a given person, but the action performed is an end simply. For acting well is an end, and one's longing is for this end. Hence choice is either intellect marked by a certain longing or longing marked by thinking, dianotype, and a starting point of this sort is a human being. But nothing that has already come into being is an object of choice. For example, nobody now chooses to have sacked Troy in the past, and nobody deliberates, either, about what has already come into being but rather about what will be and admits of happening. What has already come into being does not admit of not having come into being. Hence Agathon has it correctly, for of this alone even a god is deprived, to make undone whatever things have been done. Book 6, Chapter 3. So of both of the intellectual parts of the soul, the work, or task, is truth. The characteristics, then, by which each part will to the greatest degree attain the truth are the virtues of the two parts respectively. Chapter 3:14 beginning, then, from a point further back, let us speak about them again. So let those things by which the soul attains the truth, by way of affirmation and denial, be 5 in number. These are art, science, prudence, wisdom, and intellect, for through conviction and opinion, one can be mistaken. Now, what science is if one ought to speak precisely and not attend to things merely resembling it, is manifest from this, we all suppose that what we know scientifically does not admit of being otherwise. As for the things that do admit of being otherwise, whenever they come into being without being observed, it escapes one's notice whether they exist or do not exist. Therefore, what is knowable scientifically exists of necessity. Therefore it is eternal, for the things that exist of necessity in an unqualified sense are all eternal, and eternal things are not subject to generation and do not perish. Further, every science seems to be teachable, and what is knowable scientifically can be learned, and all teaching proceeds from things previously recognized, just as we say in the analytics as well, some teaching occurring through induction, some by means of syllogism. Induction is in fact the starting point, or principle, of the universal, whereas syllogism proceeds from the universals. There are, therefore, principles from which literally, higher up, ano then, see also n. Below. Book 6, Chapter 4. A syllogism proceeds, but of which there is no syllogism, these are due instead, therefore, to induction. Science, therefore, is a characteristic bound up with demonstration, and so many other things as we add to its definition in the analytics. For whenever someone trusts in something in a certain way, and the principles are known to him, he has scientific knowledge, for if he does not know those principles, to a greater degree than the conclusion, he will be in possession of the science, only accidentally. As for what concerns science, then, let it be defined in this manner. Chapter 4. Both a thing made and an action performed belong to what admits of being otherwise, but making and action are different, and concerning them, we trust in even the exoteric arguments. As a result, the characteristic bound up with action that is accompanied by reason is different from the characteristic bound up with making that is accompanied by reason. Hence the one is not contained in the other, for action is not making and making is not action. Since house building is a certain art and is in that respect a certain characteristic bound up with making that is accompanied by reason, and since there is no art whatever that is not a characteristic bound up with making and accompanied by reason, nor is there any such thing that is not an art and a characteristic bound up with making that is accompanied by true reason would be the same thing. And every art is concerned with the process of coming into being, that is, with artfully contriving and contemplating how something that admits of either existing or not existing may come into being, the origin of which lies in the person making but not in the thing made. For of the things that exist or come into being of necessity, there is no art, nor is there of those that do so according to nature, for these have their origin within themselves. Thing. And then, following from this, the sense of confidence or certainty one may feel as a result of such trust or faith. Aristotle himself uses the verb in the first sentence of 6. 120 I Book 6, Chapter 5. Now, since making and action are different, an art is necessarily concerned with making but not with action. And in a certain manner, chance and art are concerned with the same things, just as Agathon too asserts, art is fond of chance and chance of art. 25 An art, then, as was stated, is a certain characteristic bound up with making that is accompanied by true reason, and artlessness or lack of skill, to the contrary, is a characteristic bound up with making, accompanied by false reason, and concerned with what admits of being otherwise. Chapter 5. As for what concerns prudence, we might grasp it by contemplating whom we say to be prudent. It seems to belong to a prudent person to be able to deliberate nobly about things good and advantageous for himself, not in a partial way, for example, the sorts of things conducive to health or to strength, but about the sorts of things conducive to living well in general. A sign of this is that we say that people are in fact prudent about something whenever they calculate well with a view to some serious end in matters of which there is no art. As a result, the person skilled in deliberating would in general also be prudent. But nobody deliberates about things that cannot be otherwise, or about things that he himself cannot act on. As a result, if in fact science is accompanied by demonstration, but no demonstration is possible when it comes to things whose origins, or principles, admit of being otherwise, for all such things admit of being otherwise as well, and if it is not possible to deliberate about the things that exist of necessity, then prudence would not be a science or an art, not a science, because the thing bound up with the relevant action admits of being otherwise, not an art, because the genus of action is different from that of making. It remains, therefore, that prudence is a true characteristic that is bound up with action, accompanied by reason, and concerned with things good and bad for a human being. For of making, the end is something other than the making itself, whereas of action, there would not be any other end. Acting well itself is an end. On account of this, we suppose pericles and those of that sort to be prudent because they are able to obtimes the line contains an alliterative jingle, techni tuchen. Touch Technon, Book 6, Chapter 5, 121 serve the good things for themselves and those for human beings. We hold that skilled household managers and politicians are of this sort too. This is why in fact we call moderation by its name, on the grounds that it preserves prudence, and it does preserve the sort of conviction indicated. For it is not every conviction that the pleasant and painful ruin and distort, for example, that the triangle has or does not have angles whose sum is equal to two right angles, but rather those convictions concerning action. For the principles of actions are that end, for the sake of which the actions are undertaken, but to someone who has been ruined on account of pleasure or pain, the principle immediately fails to appear. It is not manifest to him that he ought to choose all things and to act for the sake of this and on account of it. For vice is ruinous of the principle. As a result, prudence is necessarily a characteristic accompanied by reason, in possession of the truth, and bound up with action pertaining to the human goods. And although there is a virtue of an art, there is not of prudence. In the case of an art, it is more choice-worthy for one to err voluntarily, less choice-worthy in the case of prudence, as also in the virtues. It is clear, then, that prudence is a certain virtue and not an art. And since there are two parts of the soul having reason, prudence would be the virtue of one of them, namely, the part involved in the formation of opinions. For both opinion and prudence are concerned with what admits of being otherwise. Yet prudence is also not solely a characteristic accompanied by reason, a sign of which is that it is possible to forget such a characteristic, but not to forget prudence. Or, contemplate, theorein. Aristotle's etymology is untranslatable. He indicates that moderation, saphrasun, contains within it the suggestion that it preserves, sodzusen, prudence, phronesin. Consider also Plato, Cratylus for II. Book 6, Chapter 6. Now, since science is a conviction concerning universals and the things that exist of necessity, and since there are principles of demonstrable things and of every science, for science is accompanied by reason, then regarding the principle of what is known scientifically, there would be neither a science nor an art nor prudence. For what is known scientifically is demonstrable, and art and prudence happen to be concerned with things that admit of being otherwise. Nor, indeed, is there wisdom with regard to these principles, for it belongs to the wise person to have a demonstration about some things. So if the ways by which we attain the truth and are never mistaken about things that do not, or even do, admit of being otherwise are science, prudence, wisdom, and intellect, and it cannot be any one of these three, I mean by 3, prudence, science, and wisdom, it remains that it is intellect that pertains to the principles. Chapter 7 Wisdom in the Arts 2 we ascribe to those who are most precise in the arts. For example, Pheidias was a wise sculptor in marble and Polycletus a wise sculptor in bronze, signifying by wisdom here nothing other than a virtue belonging to an art. But we suppose that there are some wise people who are wise generally and not partially, or in some other respect, just as Homer asserts in the Margites, but him gods made neither digger nor ploughman, nor wise in some other respect. It is clear, as a result, that the most precise of the sciences would be wisdom. The wise person, therefore, ought not only to know what proceeds along unawares. Commentary on Aristotle's, Li. 274 equals Aquinas 1964, p. 372. Book 6, Chapter 7, 123 FTOM the principles, but also to attain the truth about the principles. Wisdom, as a result, would be intellect and science, a science of the most honorable matters that has, as it were, its capstone. For it is strange if someone supposes the political art or prudence to be most serious, if a human being is not the best of things in the cosmos. If indeed what is healthful and good is different for human beings and for fish, but what is white or straight is always the same, all would say that what is wise is the same thing, but that what is prudent differs. They would assert that that which observes the good condition for each sort of thing is prudent, and they would entrust such concerns to this. Hence they assert that certain beasts too are prudent, namely, all those that manifestly have the capacity for forethought concerning their own life. It is manifest too that wisdom and the political art would not be the same. If people say that the art concerned with things advantageous to themselves is wisdom, there will be many wisdoms, for there is not one wisdom concerned with the good of all the animals but a different one for each, unless there is in fact a single medical art concerned with all the beings. And whether a human being is the best in comparison with the other animals makes no difference, for there are other things whose nature is much more divine than that of a human being. To take only the most manifest example, the things of which the cosmos is composed. So on the basis of what has been said, it is clear that wisdom is a science and intellectual grasp, nous, of the things most honorable by nature. Hence people deny that Anaxagoras, Thales, and the wise of that sort are prudent when they see them being ignorant of the things advantageous to themselves, and they assert that such men know things that are extraordinary, wondrous, difficult, and daimonic, yet useless too. Main Bennett's suggestions, which are generally supported by Gautier and Joliffe. Another possible translation is, they would assert that that which observes well the various particulars concerning itself is prudent, and they would entrust such things to this. 37. The word parita can also mean superfluous, excessive, extravagant, cn. Below and the last of the lines of Euripides there quoted. Book 6, Chapter 8. Because they do not investigate the human goods. But prudence is concerned with the human things and with those about which it is possible to deliberate. For we assert this to be the work of the prudent person, especially deliberating well, and nobody deliberates about things that cannot be otherwise, or about so many things as are without some end, an end, moreover, that is a good attainable through action. He who is a good deliberator simply is skilled in aiming, in accord with calculation, what is best for a human being in things attainable through action. And prudence is not concerned with the universals alone, but must also be acquainted with the particulars. It is bound up with action, and action concerns the particulars. Hence even some who are without knowledge, those who have experience, among others, are more skilled in acting than are others who do have knowledge. For if someone should know that light meats are easily digestible and healthful, but is ignorant of what sorts are light, he will not produce health. Rather, he who does know that poultry is light and healthful will to a greater degree produce health. Prudence is bound up with action. As a result, one ought to have knowledge of both universals and particulars, but more so of the latter. But here too there would be a certain architectonic art or knowledge. Chapter 8. And in fact the political art, or expertise, and prudence are the same characteristic, or state, though their being is not the same. Of the prudence that is concerned with a city, one part is an architectonic prudence, namely, the legislative art; the other, concerned with particulars, bears the name that is common to them, the political art, and is bound up with action and deliberation. For a specific decree is a matter of action, as it is the last, or ultimate, thing in the process of deliberation. Thus people say that only those who issue decrees are engaged in political life, for they alone act, just as craftsmen do. In addition, the prudence that pertains to oneself, that is, the individual, is held to be prudence especially, and it is this that bears the common name, prudence. Of the other kinds of prudence, one part is household management, another legislation, another the political art, and of this last, one part is deliberative, the other judicial. Now, one form of knowledge would be knowing about what concerns oneself, but this, 125, differs very much from political prudence. In fact, he who knows about and spends his time on things that concern himself is held to be prudent, whereas the politicians are held to be busybodies. Thus Euripides, and how could I be prudent, who might have been free of business, numbered among the many of the army, enjoying an equal share. For those who are extraordinary and a little too active. For people seek out their own good, and they suppose that this is what they ought to do. From this opinion, then, has arisen the view that these people are prudent. Yet perhaps one cannot do well for oneself in the absence of household management or a regime. Further, how one ought to manage one's own affairs is unclear and must be examined. One sign of what has been said is the fact that the young become skilled in geometry and mathematics, and are wise in such things, but a young person does not seem to be prudent. The cause is that prudence is also of particulars, which come to be known as a result of experience, but a young person is inexperienced. A long period of time creates experience. And then someone might examine this as well, on account of what indeed might a boy become skilled in mathematics, but not wise or well versed in nature? Or is it because the former subjects exist through abstraction, whereas the principles of the latter come from experience? And do the young not have any settled convictions about these latter but merely speak of them, whereas, with mathematics and geometry, what they are is not unclear? Further, error in deliberation concerns either the universal or the particular, for one can err in deliberating either about the fact that all heavy water is bad, or about the fact that this water here is heavy. For nothing is by nature so haughty as a man, for we honor those who are extraordinary and a little too active, and hold them to be men in the city. 126. And that prudence is not science is manifest. Prudence concerns the ultimate particular thing, as was said, for the action performed is of this kind. Indeed, prudence corresponds to intellect, for intellect is concerned with the defining boundaries, of which there is no rational account, and prudence is concerned with the ultimate particular thing, of which there is not a science but rather a perception, and a perception not of things peculiar to one of the senses, but a perception of the sort by which we perceive that the ultimate particular thing, in mathematics, is a triangle. For here too there will be a stop. But this is perception rather more than prudence, though perception of a form different from that of one of the senses. Chapter 9. Investigating and deliberating differ, for deliberating is a sort of investigating. But one ought to grasp what good deliberation is as well, whether it is some science, opinion, good guesswork, or is some other kind of thing. Now, it is certainly not science, for people do not investigate the things. Book 6, Chapter 9, 127. They know, but good deliberation is a kind of deliberation, and he who deliberates, investigates, and calculates. But neither is it good guesswork. For good guesswork is both unaccompanied by reasoned argument and something swift, whereas people deliberate for a long time and assert that while they ought to do swiftly what has been deliberated about, they ought to deliberate slowly. Further, shrewdness is something other than good deliberation, though shrewdness is a sort of good guessing. And neither is good deliberation any opinion. But since someone who deliberates badly errs and he who deliberates well does so correctly, it is clear that good deliberation is a sort of correctness, but not correctness of either science or opinion. For of science, there is no correctness, nor is there error, and correctness of opinion is truth. At the same time too, everything of which there is an opinion is already determined. Yet surely good deliberation is accompanied by reasoned argument, and so it remains that good deliberation is correctness of thinking, for thinking is not yet an assertion, opinion is not an investigation into something but is already a specific assertion, whereas he who deliberates, whether he deliberates well or even deliberates badly, is investigating something and calculating. Good deliberation is, rather, a certain correctness of deliberation. Hence one must investigate first what deliberation is and what it is concerned with. Now, since correctness has various senses, it is clear that correctness of deliberation is not every kind of correctness, for the person lacking self-restraint or the base person will hit on, as a result of calculation, whatever he sets before himself as obligatory, with the result that he will have deliberated correctly but nonetheless have gotten hold of something very bad. But to have deliberated well seems to be something good, for such correctness of deliberation is good deliberation, which is apt to hit on what is good. But it is possible to hit on this also as the result of a false syllogism, and to hit on what one ought to do but through the means one ought not to use, the middle term being false. As a result, not or, attain, to chain, here and throughout. Of Robert Grosseteste, and with apparently some manuscript authority, is a slight departure from the difficult, banette, meaningless, reading of the majority of the MSS, Eudaimonia. The reading adopted in the text is defended by Binet as well as by Gautier and Joliffe. Further, it is possible for someone to hit on what he ought by deliberating for a long time, while another does so quickly. Lengthy deliberation, then, is not yet good deliberation either. Rather, it is the correctness that accords with what is beneficial and aims at what one ought, in the right manner, and at the right time. Further, it is possible to have deliberated well both simply and with a view to a certain end. Good deliberation simply is that which guides us correctly toward the end simply, but a specific sort of deliberation is what guides us correctly toward some particular end. So if having deliberated well belongs to those who are prudent, good deliberation would be a correctness that accords with what is advantageous in relation to the end, about which end prudence is a true conviction. Chapter 10. There is also comprehension and good comprehension, in reference to which we speak of those who comprehend or comprehend well. Comprehension is in general neither the same thing as science, nor the same thing as opinion, in which case everyone would have comprehension, nor is it any one of the particular sciences, for example, medicine, which is concerned with matters of health, and geometry, with magnitudes. Comprehension is concerned neither with beings that are eternal and unmoved nor with just any or every one of the things that come into being, but rather with the things about which someone might be perplexed and deliberate. Hence it is concerned with the same things as prudence. Comprehension and prudence are not the same thing, however, for prudence is characterized by the giving of commands, its end is what one ought or ought not to do. But comprehension is characterized by decision alone. For comprehension and good comprehension, as well as those who comprehend and those who do so well, the same thing. And comprehendix 24b and context, on this meaning of horos, as well as 25b and following, on the middle term of a syllogism. Book 6, Chapter 11. Scion is neither the possession of prudence nor the gaining of it. Rather, just as learning is said to be comprehending, whenever it makes use of science, so comprehension is said to consist in making use of opinion to render a decision about what someone else says, regarding the matters that prudence is concerned with and rendering such a decision nobly. For doing something well is the same as doing it nobly. And from this, the name, comprehension, in reference to which we speak of those who are of good comprehension has arisen, namely, from the comprehension involved in learning. For we often say, learning, when we mean, comprehending. Chapter 11 and what is called, judgment, in reference to which we assert that people are sympathetic judges and have judgment, is the correct decision as to what is equitable. There is a sign of this. We assert that the equitable person is especially characterized by sympathetic judgment and that having sympathy in some matters is an equitable thing. Sympathetic judgment is a judgment characterized by a correct decision as to what is equitable, it being correct because it grasps what is truly equitable. It is only reasonable that all the characteristics tend toward the same thing, for in attributing judgment, comprehension, prudence, and intellect to the same people, we mean that they have judgment and intellect already and are prudent and comprehending. For all these capacities are concerned with things ultimate and particular, and someone's being comprehending and of good or sympathetic judgment consists in his being skilled in deciding the matters with which the prudent person is concerned. For the equitable things are common to all good human beings in their being directed toward another, and all matters of action fall among things particular and ultimate. The prudent person must recognize them, and both comprehension and judgment concern actions performed, which are ultimate things. Moreover, intellect is concerned with the ultimate things in both directions, for what grasps both the first defining boundaries 3 and the ultimate particulars is intellect and not reason. That is, on the one hand, intellect pertaining to demonstrations grasps the unchanging first defining boundaries. On the other hand, intellect in matters of action grasps also the ultimate particular thing that admits of being otherwise, that is, the minor premise. For these ultimate particulars are the principles, or starting points, of that for the sake of which one acts. The universals arise from the particulars. Of these, then, one must have a perception, and this perception is intellect. Hence these things are also held to be natural, and though nobody is held to be wise by nature, a person is held to have judgment, comprehension, and intellect by nature. A sign of this is that we suppose these accompany the various times of life, and that a given time of life is possessed of intellect and judgment, on the grounds that nature is the cause of them. Hence intellect is both a beginning and an end, for the demonstrations arise from these and concern them. As a result, one ought to pay attention to the undemonstrated assertions and opinions of experienced and older people, or of the prudent, no less than to demonstrations, for because they have an experienced eye, they see correctly. What prudence and wisdom are, then, with what each of them happens to be concerned, and that each is the virtue of a different part of the soul has been said. Chapter 12. But about these matters, someone might be perplexed as to why wisdom and prudence are useful. For wisdom, on the one hand, will not contemplate anything as a result of which a human being will be happy, since wisdom is not concerned with anything that is coming into being, while prudence, on the other hand, does pertain to this. But for the sake of what does one need prudence? If in fact it is concerned with the things just, noble, and good for a human being, and these other things, it belongs to Book 6, Chapter 12, 131, a good man to do, we are no more skilled in the relevant action by dint of knowing them, if in fact the virtues are characteristics, just as in the case of things healthful or distinctive of good conditioning, all such things as are said to exist, not simply as a result of one's doing something, but as a result of one's possessing the relevant characteristic. For we are not more skilled in the actions that correspond to health by possessing the arts of medicine and gymnastic training. But if it must be said that one is prudent not for the sake of these things, that is, knowing what is just, noble, and good, but rather for the sake of becoming such, prudence would be of no use to those who already are serious, or, for that matter, to those who do not have such seriousness. For it will make no difference whether they themselves have prudence or obey others who have it, and that would be enough for us, just as it is also in what concerns health. Although we wish to be healthy, nonetheless we do not learn the art of medicine. And, in addition to these considerations, it would seem strange if prudence, though inferior to wisdom, will exercise greater authority than it, for what makes or produces each thing rules over and arranges that thing. It is about these matters, then, that it is necessary to speak, for, as things stand, only the perplexities about them have been raised. First, then, let us say that wisdom and prudence are necessarily choice-worthy in themselves, since each of them is a virtue of each part of the soul, even if neither one of them makes or produces anything. Second, they do in fact make or produce something, not as the art of medicine produces health, but, rather, just as health produces health, so wisdom produces happiness. For wisdom, being a part of the whole of virtue, makes one happy by being possessed and by being active. Further, the relevant work is completed in accord with prudence and moral virtue. For virtue makes the target correct, prudence the things conducive to that target. But of the fourth part of the soul, the nutritive, there is no such virtue, since acting or not acting does not at all apply in its case. As for our being, on account of prudence, no more skilled in action when it comes to things noble and just, it is necessary to begin from a point a little further back, taking this as our starting point. For just as we say that some people who do just things are not yet just, for example, the 15th century scholar John Argyropoulos adopted a reading that would translate as, or, further, to those who are not serious, which, according to Bennett, gives a clearer sense, those who do what has been ordered by the laws but do so either involuntarily, through ignorance, or on account of something else and not on account of the orders themselves, though they do what they should, namely, all the things that the serious human being ought to do. So also, as it seems, it is possible for someone to perform each thing in turn while being in a certain state, with the result that he is good, that is, through choice and for the sake of the actions themselves. As for the choice involved, then, virtue makes it correct, but as for doing all that is naturally done for the sake of that choice, this belongs not to virtue but to another capacity. But we must stop here and speak more clearly about these things. There is indeed a capacity that people call cleverness, 57, and this is of such a character as to be capable of doing what is conducive to the target posited and so of hitting it. If, then, the target is a noble one, the cleverness is praiseworthy, but if base, it is mere cunning. Hence we assert that even the prudent are terribly clever and cunning. Prudence is not the capacity in question, though it does not exist without this capacity, and this, eye of the soul, does not acquire the characteristic of prudence in the absence of virtue, as was said and is clear. For the syllogisms dealing with matters of action have a principle, or starting point, since the end, that is, what is best, is of such and such a character, whatever it may be, let it be, for the sake of argument, any chance thing, but this end does not appear to someone if he is not good. For corruption distorts and causes one to be mistaken about the principles bound up with action. As a result, it is manifest that it is impossible for someone who is not good to be prudent. Chapter 13. So it is necessary to examine virtue once again. For in fact the case of virtue resembles that of prudence in its relation to cleverness. It is not the same thing as cleverness but is similar to it, and so also does natural virtue stand in relation to virtue in the authoritative sense. For all people are of the opinion that each of the several characters, or traits, is in some way present by nature. We are just inclined to be moderate, and arcu this noun, deinoteta, and the adjective associated with it, deinos, are ambiguous, as Aristotle's use of the noun here suggests, and can connote that which is terrible, frightening, and awful, or what is clever or shrewd, including what is a little too clever, terribly clever, will often be used to convey the sense of deinos. Rageous and the rest, immediately from birth. But nevertheless we are seeking something else, namely, the good in the authoritative sense, and such things as are present in us in another manner. For in both children and beasts, the natural characteristics are present, but they are manifestly harmful in the absence of intellect. Yet this much does seem to be seen, that just as a strong body moving without eyesight will end up stumbling with considerable force because it is without sight, so it is also in this case, of having the natural virtues in the absence of intellect. But if someone gains intellect, his actions will alter accordingly, and the characteristic he possesses, though similar to what it was, will then be virtue in the authoritative sense. As a result, just as there are two forms of that which is concerned with the formation of opinion, namely cleverness and prudence, so also there are two of that which is concerned with moral character, namely natural virtue and virtue in the authoritative sense, and of these, virtue in the authoritative sense does not arise in the absence of prudence. So it is that some people assert that all the virtues are kinds of prudence, and Socrates used to investigate it correctly in one respect, but in another respect he erred. For he erred when he supposed that all the virtues are kinds of prudence, but he spoke nobly when he said that they do not exist in the absence of prudence. And there is a sign of this. For even now when all define virtue, after speaking of the given characteristic and the things to which it is related, they set down in addition, the characteristic in accord with correct reason, and the reason that accords with prudence is correct. Indeed, all seem somehow to divine that such a characteristic is virtue, namely, the one that accords with prudence. But one ought to make a small change. For virtue is not only the characteristic that accords with correct reason, but also the one that is accompanied by correct reason. And prudence is correct reason concerning such sorts of things. Socrates, then, used to suppose that the virtues are reasoned accounts, logoi, for, he supposed, all are kinds of scientific knowledge, but we hold that they are accompanied by reason. It is clear, then, on the basis of what has been said, that it is not possible to be good in the authoritative sense in the absence of prudence, nor is it possible to be prudent in the absence of moral virtue. But in this way the argument that someone might make in a dialectical manner would also be resolved, to the effect that the virtues are separate or, more simply, in conversation, dialogesthai. Socrates, for one, takes up just this argument made by Protagoras in Plato's Protagoras. 114 Book 6, Chapter 13 Rate from one another. For the same person will not have a most excellent nature with a view to all the virtues, so that he will have one virtue while not yet having another. This can happen in the case of the natural virtues, but as for those virtues in reference to which someone is said to be good unqualifiedly, it cannot happen. For all the virtues will be present when the one virtue, prudence, is present. And it is dear that, even if prudence were not bound up with action, it would be needed on account of its being the virtue of a part of the soul. It is dear too there will be no correct choice in the absence of prudence, nor in the absence of virtue, for the latter makes one carry out the end, the former the things conducive to the end. And yet prudence does not exercise authoritative control over wisdom or the better part of the soul, just as the art of medicine does not do so over health either, for it does not make use of health but rather sees how it comes into being. It is for the sake of health, then, that medicine issues commands, but it does not issue them to health. Furthermore, It would be just as if someone should assert that the political art rules over the gods because it issues commands about all things in the city. Some commentary would seem to suggest that virtue prompts us to carry out or do the end of virtue, while prudence is responsible for making clear to us the means appropriate to the end of moral virtue, which is not chosen but given. Book Chapter 1. After these considerations, we must make another beginning and say that there are three forms of things pertaining to character that must be avoided: vice, lack of self-restraint, and brutishness. The contraries of two of these are clear. The one contrary we call virtue, the other self-restraint. But as for the contrary of brutishness, it would be especially fitting to speak of the virtue that is beyond us, a certain heroic and divine virtue, just as Homer has written, when Priam says about Hector that he was exceedingly good, and he did not seem to be a child of any mortal man, but of a god. As a result, if, as people assert, human beings become gods through an excess of virtue, it is clear that something of this sort would be the characteristic opposite to brutishness. For just as a brute animal has neither vice nor virtue, so also a god does not either. Rather, the characteristic belonging to a god is more honorable than virtue, and that belonging to a brute animal is of some genus other than vice. And since it is rare for a man to be divine, just as the Laconians are accustomed to addressing someone, when they greatly admire him, as a divine man, for they assert so also the brutish person is rare among human beings, he being present among barbarians especially, though some cases also arise through both diseases and defects. And such is the bad name, brutish, we give to those human beings who exceed the rest in vice. But some men times or savagery, the term theos, is related to the word elsewhere translated as beast or brute animal, the ion. Homer, Iliad 24.258. Instead of theos. Consider also Plato, Meno 99d, 9 and Laws 626c, 5 times tyon of this sort of disposition must be made later. What concerns vice was spoken of before. But as for what concerns lack of self-restraint, softness, and delicacy, this must be spoken about, as well as what concerns self-restraint and steadfastness. For it must not be assumed either that each of the two, that is, self-restraint or lack of self-restraint, steadfastness or softness concerns the same characteristics as virtue and corruption respectively, or that each is of a different genus. But, just as in other cases as well, after positing the phenomena and first raising perplexities about them, one ought in this way to bring to light especially all the received opinions about these experiences, or, failing that, the greatest number and most authoritative of those opinions. For if the vexing questions are solved and the received opinions remain standing as well, then the matter would be adequately explained. Now, self-restraint and steadfastness seem to fall among things serious and praiseworthy, lack of self-restraint as well as softness among things base and blameworthy. The self-restrained person seems to be the same as someone who abides by his calculation, the person lacking self-restraint to be one who departs from his calculation. Moreover, the person lacking self-restraint, knowing that what he does is base, acts on account of his passion, while the self-restrained person, knowing that his desires are base, does not follow them, on account of his reason. And, though it is said that the moderate person is self-restrained and steadfast, some assert that a person of this latter sort is moderate in all respects, while others deny it. And some assert that the licentious person lacks self-restraint and the person lacking self-restraint is licentious, without discriminating between them, but others assert that they are different. And sometimes people deny that the prudent person can be without self-restraint, whereas sometimes they assert that some who are prudent and terrifically clever do lack self-restraint. Further, people are said to lack self-restraint also in point of spiritedness, honor, and gain. These, then, are the statements made on the subject. Literally, the things that appear, or come to sight, ta phenomena. Soul. Really they are hexes, characteristics, Burnett. Book 7 Chapter 2, 137 Chapter TWO. But someone might be perplexed as to how a person, though he forms a correct conviction, lacks self-restraint. Some, then, deny that a person who has scientific knowledge can lack self-restraint, for it would be a terrible thing, when science is present, as Socrates used to suppose, for something else to overpower it and drag it around as if it were a slave. For Socrates used to battle against this argument in its entirety, on the grounds that no such thing as lack of self-restraint exists. Nobody acts contrary to what is best while supposing that he is so acting. He acts instead through ignorance. This argument, then, is in contention with the phenomena that come plainly to sight, and one must investigate, if in fact this experience occurs through ignorance, what the character of the ignorance is. For it is manifest that before he is in the grip of passion, a person who lacks self-restraint does not think, at least, that he ought to act as he then proceeds to act. And there are some people who concede this in certain respects but not in others. They agree, on the one hand, that there is nothing superior to science, but they disagree, on the other, that nobody acts contrary to the opinion held of what is better, and it is for this reason they assert that the person lacking self-restraint is overpowered by pleasures because he possesses not science but opinion. But if in fact it is opinion and not science at issue, and a person's conviction that resists is not a strong but a mild one, as in the case of people given to hesitation, there is sympathy for someone who does not stick by those convictions in the face of strong pleasures. Yet for corruption there is no sympathy, nor is there for anything else blameworthy. Is it, therefore, prudence that resists pleasures? For prudence is a very strong thing. This contention, however, is strange. For the same person will be simultaneously prudent and lacking self-restraint, and not one person would assert that it belongs to a prudent human being to do voluntarily the basest things. In addition to these points, it has been shown before that the prudent person is skilled in action, at least for he is someone concerned with ultimate particular things and possesses the other virtues. Further, if a person is self-restrained in having strong and base desires, the moderate person will not be self-restrained or the self-restrained moderate. For it does not belong to a moderate person to have either excessive or base desires. And yet the self-restrained person must have such desires, for if his desires are worthy, the characteristic that prevents him from following them will be base, with the result that not all self-restraint will be of serious worth. But if his desires are weak and not base, it is nothing august to resist them, and if they are base and weak, it is nothing great to do so. Further, if self-restraint renders a person apt to abide by every opinion, it is base. For example, if it prompts someone to abide by even a false opinion. And if lack of self-restraint renders a person apt to depart from every opinion, some lack of self-restraint will be of serious worth, as in the example of Neoptolemus in Sophocles as Philoctetes. For he is praiseworthy because he does not abide by what he was persuaded of by Odysseus, on account of his being pained at telling a lie. Further, sophistic argument prompts perplexity. For on account of the sophists wish to refute their opponents by way of paradox, so that they may be terrifically clever when they succeed, the very syllogism that results becomes a perplexity. For one's thinking is tied up in knots whenever, on account of its being dissatisfied with the conclusion reached, it does not wish to stay put but at the same time is unable to proceed because it is unable to refute the argument. So it results from a certain argument that foolishness, when accompanied by lack of self-restraint, is a virtue. For in that case a person, on account of his lack of self-restraint, does things contrary to what he supposes, and he supposes that things actually good are bad and that he therefore ought not to do them, with the result that he will do what is actually good and not bad. Further, he who, because he has been so persuaded, does and pursues pleasant things, and chooses accordingly, might be held to be better than someone who acts, not from calculation, but through lack of self-restraint. For the former person is easier to cure, because he might be persuaded otherwise, while the person lacking self-restraint is subject to the proverb in which we assert, when the water chokes, what should you drink? 12. For if he had been persuaded to act as he does, then upon being subsequently persuaded to stop, he would have done so. But as it is, book, chapter 139, though he has been persuaded of one thing, he does other things nonetheless. Further, if self-restraint and its lack pertain to all things, who is the person lacking self-restraint in an unqualified sense? For nobody has all forms of the lack of self-restraint, but we do assert that some people are lacking self-restraint in an unqualified sense. Such, then, are some of the perplexities that result, and of these, one ought to do away with some but leave others remaining. For the resolution of a perplexity is a discovery. Chapter 3 First, then, is to examine whether those who act without self-restraint do so knowingly or not, and how they might do so knowingly. Next, one must set down the sorts of things that the persons lacking self-restraint and the self-restrained are concerned with mean whether they are concerned with every pleasure and pain or with certain particular ones, and, as regards the self-restrained and the steadfast, whether they are the same person or different, and similarly for all other points belonging to study. A starting point of the examination is whether the self-restrained person and the person lacking self-restraint are distinguishable by what they are concerned with or by the way in which they are so concerned. I mean this, whether it is solely by being concerned with these or those things that the person is lacking in self-restraint, or, if that is not the case, then instead because of the way in which he is so concerned, or, if not that, then instead as a result of both considerations. Second, one must examine whether lack of self-restraint and self-restraint pertain to all things or not. For the person lacking self-restraint in an unqualified sense is not concerned with all things but rather with those with which the licentious person is concerned. Nor is he lacking self-restraint simply by being concerned with these. In that case, lack of self-restraint would be the same thing as licentiousness but by being concerned with them in a certain way. For the licentious person is led on by what he chooses, holding that he ought always to pursue the present pleasure, whereas the person lacking self-restraint does not think that, but pursues the pleasure anyway. As for its being true opinion but not science, or knowledge, against which those who lack self-restraint act, it makes no difference to the argument. For some people, when they opine about something, without hesitation but think they know things precisely, if, then, those who opine will act contrary to their conviction more than do those who possess science, solely on account of their having a weak conviction, then, as a matter of fact, science will not differ from opinion, for some are no less convinced of what they opine about than are other people of what they know, and Heraclitus makes this clear. But since we say, to know, in two senses, both the person who has the science but is not using it and he who uses it are said to know, it will make a difference whether someone who does what he ought not to do has the relevant knowledge but is not actively contemplating it, or whether he is actively contemplating it. For this latter does seem to be a terrible thing, but not so if he is not actively contemplating the science he none the less has. Further, since there are two kinds of premises, namely, the universal and the particular, nothing prevents someone who holds both from acting contrary to the science he possesses because he makes use of the universal premise but not the particular one, matters of action being of course particulars. There is also a relevant difference pertaining to the universal premise, for there is the universal relating to the person himself and the one relating to the matter of concern at hand, for example, that dry foods are advantageous for every human being and that he himself is a human being, or that this sort of thing here is dry. as to whether this particular food here is of a particular character. However, the person lacking self-restraint either does not have that knowledge or is not exercising it. And so, given these different ways of knowing, a massive difference will arise, such that for the person lacking self-restraint to know in the one way, that is, to know in principle the relevant universal but not to know or to be activating his knowledge of a given particular, seems to be not the word usually translated as conviction, hypolambanian and related terms, but pistuin, as also in the next clause of this sentence, convinced of, which can also mean simply trust or have faith in. 15 or will not be superior to Book 7 chaptering strange, but in the other way, that is, knowing and having active in him both kinds of premises, it would indeed be a cause for wonder. Further, another way of having science, different from those just now mentioned, is available to human beings. For in the case of having but not using science, we see that the having 19 is different, such that a person both has it in a way and does not have it. For example, someone who is asleep, mad, or drunk. But surely those in the grip of the passions are disposed in this way, for outbursts of spiritedness, the sexual desires, and certain other such things clearly bring about a change in the body too, and in some people they even cause madness. It is clear, then, that those lacking self-restraint must be said to be in a state similar to such people. But stating the arguments that proceed from science is not a sign of anything, for even people in the grip of these passions state demonstrations and verses of empedocles, and those who are first learning will put together arguments but not yet understand them. For one must grow naturally into the knowledge, and that requires time. As a result, it must be supposed that those who lack self-restraint speak just as actors do. Further, someone might also look at the cause of the lack of self-restraint in terms of nature, as follows. For the universal premise is an opinion, the other premise concerns particulars, over which perception is authoritative from the start. And whenever one conclusion arises from the universal and particular premises, the soul must necessarily assert it, but in the case of a conclusion bound up with making, or doing, things, the soul must immediately act. For example, if one ought to taste everything sweet, and this thing here is sweet, it being some one particular thing, someone who is so capable and not prevented from doing so must at the same time necessarily also carry out this action. Whenever, then, the universal premise is present that forbids us from tasting sweet things, and another universal is also present, to the effect that every sweet thing is pleasant, and this thing here is sweet, and this premise is active, and by chance the relevant desire is present in us, the one premise says to avoid this, but the desire for it leads the way, for it is able to set in motion each of the parts of the body. It turns out, as a result, that someone can come to be without self-restraint by a reasoned account, logos, in a way, and by opinion, an opinion that is not in itself but incidentally contrary to correct reason, for the desire involved, not the opinion, is contrary to correct reason. As a result, on this account as well, brute animals do not lack self-restraint, because they do not possess a universal conviction but rather an image and memory of particular things. But as to how the ignorance involved is undone, and the person lacking self-restraint becomes again a knower, the same argument pertains also to the case of someone drunk or asleep and is not peculiar to this experience, an argument one must hear from those who study nature. Now, since the final premise is both an opinion pertaining to an object of perception and authoritative over our actions, someone in the group of the relevant passion either does not have this final premise or has it in such a way that his having it does not amount to his knowing it. 21. Instead he merely speaks, as a drunk man states the sayings of Empedocles. And because the ultimate term is not universal and seems not to be knowable as the universal is knowable, it seems also that what Socrates was seeking turns out to be the case. For it is not when science in the authoritative sense seems to be present that the experience of the lack of self-restraint occurs, nor is it this science that is dragged around on account of passion, but rather that knowledge, which is bound up with perception. So about the knower and non-knower, and how a knower can lack self-restraint, let this much be said. Chapter 4. But it must be stated next in order whether anyone lacks self-restraint in an unqualified sense, or whether all who lack self-restraint do so in some here again and in the next line, to know, scientifically, or in the strict sense. Book, Chapter 143. Partial respect, and, if this latter is the case, with what sorts of things the person lacking self-restraint is concerned. Now, it is manifest that self-restrained and steadfast people, as well as those who lack self-restraint or are soft, concerned with pleasures and pains. Some things productive of pleasure are necessary, and others are choice-worthy in themselves but susceptible to excess. The bodily ones are necessary, I mean such sorts of pleasures as those bound up with nourishment and the sexual need, and the sort of bodily pleasures that we posited as being the concern of licentiousness and moderation, whereas the other pleasures are not necessary but choice-worthy in themselves, I mean, for example, victory, honor, wealth, and the good and pleasant things of that sort. Given this, when it comes to the people who are excessively concerned with these sorts of pleasures, contrary to the correct reason that is within them, we do not say that they lack self-restraint in an unqualified sense, but instead we set down in addition, lacking self-restraint in regard to money, or gain, honor, or spiritedness. We do not say that they lack self-restraint without qualification, on the grounds that they are different and are spoken of as such only in reference to a certain similarity they share, just as with Anthropos, human being, the Olympic victor, in his case, the common definition, logos, differed little from the definition, logos, peculiar to him, but nonetheless it was different. And there is a sign of this. For lack of self-restraint is blamed not only on the grounds that it is an error, but also on the grounds that it is a certain vice, either without qualification or in some partial way, but none of those who lack self-restraint in some specific respect are blamed in this way. Among those who are concerned with such bodily enjoyments as we say are the concern of the moderate person and the licentious one, there is the person who pursues the excesses of the pleasures, and avoids the pains, bound up with hunger, thirst, heat, cold, and all those pleasures and pains associated with taste and touch, but he acts in this way not from choice but contrary to his choice and thinking. This person is said to lack self-restraint not with reference to some additional qualification, to the effect that he is concerned with this or that, as in the case of someone lacking self-restraint when it comes to anger. Rather, he is only said to be lacking self-restraint unqualifiedly. And there is a sign of this. People, according to several sources, recorded in Bennett's commentary, there was an Olympic boxing champion by the name of Anthropos, human being, in 456. TBA are said to be soft when it comes to these pleasures, but not when it comes to any of the other ones. Hence we would call anyone who pursues excessive pleasures, while not desiring them or desiring them only mildly, and who avoids measured pains, more licentious than someone who acts in these ways on account of strong desires. For what would the former person do if youthful desire should arise in him and the strong pain associated with the necessary needs? Some desires and pleasures fall in the class of noble and serious things, for some pleasures are by nature choice-worthy, some are the contrary of these, and still others are in the middle between them, just as we defined them earlier, for example, money, gain, victory, and honor. And it is in regard to all these, both the pleasures of this sort and those of the in-between kind, that people are blamed, not for undergoing them, desiring them, and loving them, but rather for doing so in a certain way, namely, in excess. Hence all those who, contrary to reason, are either overpowered by or pursue something by nature noble and good, are not corrupt. 24. For example, those who are more serious than they ought to be about honor, or about their offspring and parents, for these concerns are in fact good, and those who are serious about them are praised. But nevertheless there is a certain excess in these things too. If someone, like Niobe, should fight against even the gods, or as Satyrus, nicknamed Philopator, was disposed toward his father, for he was held to be exceedingly silly, there is, then, no corruption concerning these things on account of the point mentioned, that by nature each of them is choice-worthy in itself. This complex sentence does not have a main verb. We supply what we take to be missing, following Bennett. 5 times accounts of Niobe differ, but she seems to have represented excessive mourning, after Niobe boasted of her worth as compared to Leto. Leto's 2 children, Artemis and Apollo, are said to have killed all of Niobe's many children. Bennett suggests that Satyrus may have been a 4th-century king of the Bosporos who deified his father, although commentators differ. Philopator means literally father-lover, or friend to one's father, 145, but their excesses are base and to be avoided. Similarly, there is no lack of self-restraint pertaining to them either. For lack of self-restraint is not only something to be avoided but also blameworthy. but on account of a similarity to the relevant experience, people say lack of self-restraint, while specifying something additional about each case, as people say, for example, bad doctor or bad actor about someone they would not say is bad simply. Just as, then, one would not in these cases speak of their being bad simply, because each of these conditions is not vice but only similar to it by way of analogy, so it is clear, in this case too, that only that which is concerned with the same things as our moderation and licentiousness should be supposed to be lack of self-restraint and self-restraint, whereas we speak about lack of self-restraint in point of spiritedness by way of a certain similarity only. Hence we assert that someone is lacking self-restraint, adding also, when it comes to spiritedness, just as in the cases of honor and gain as well. Chapter 5 Now, some things are pleasant by nature, and of these, some are pleasant without qualification, others are such according to the various kinds of animals and human beings involved. Certain things, by contrast, are not pleasant by nature but do become pleasant, some on account of people's defects, others through habits, and still others on account of people's corrupt natures. Since this is so, it is possible to see, in each of these cases, characteristics closely resembling them. I mean the brutish characteristics, for example, the human female who, they say, rips open pregnant women and devours the infants, or the sorts of things that, people assert, certain of the savages living around the Black Sea enjoy, some of whom enjoy raw meat, others human flesh, and still others trade their children with one another to feast on them, or what is said about Phalaris. These are brutish characteristics, and other such characteristics arise through illness as well as through madness in some cases, like the man who made a sacrifice of his mother and ate her, and the person who ate the liver of his fellow slave, and still others are marked by disease or arise from habit. Times more literally, around Pontus, a region of northern Asia Minor on the south shore of the Black Sea, famous for the brutality or barbarism of some of its tribes. See also Politics I 338b, 24. Book, chapter for example, plucking out one's hair and gnawing on one's fingernails, or even on coal and dirt, and, in addition to these, the pleasure of sex with males. For some of these arise by nature, others from habit, for example, in those who are wantonly abused from childhood. As for those people, then, whose condition is caused by nature, no one would say that they lack self-restraint, just as one would not say it of women because they are passive rather than active in marital relations, nor, similarly, would one say it of all those who are in a diseased condition through a given habit. Each of these conditions falls outside the defining boundaries of vice, as does brutishness as well. And for someone who has such a condition, overpowering it or being overpowered by it is not a matter of a simple lack of self-restraint, but this only by way of a certain similarity to it. For just as someone who, when it comes to spiritedness, undergoes this passion may be said to lack self-restraint by way of a certain similarity, yet he ought not to be said to lack self-restraint simply. In every instance of excessive foolishness, cowardice, licentiousness, and harshness, Some people are marked by brutishness, others by disease. For someone who is by nature such as to be afraid of everything, even if a mouse makes a noise, is a coward whose cowardice is brutish, whereas that fellow who was afraid of the weasel was a coward through disease. And oft foolish, some who are irrational as a result of nature and live by sense perception alone, like certain tribes of distant barbarians, are brutish. Others who are such through disease, for example, epileptics, or through madness are diseased. Now, it is sometimes possible for someone just to have one of these characteristics but not to be overpowered by it. I mean, for example, if Phalaris had kept in check his desire to eat a child or to enjoy a strange sexual pleasure. But it is also possible to be overpowered by it, not merely to have it. Just as in the case of corruption too, then, there is the corruption spoken of in its unqualified sense, in reference to a human being, and there is the corruption spoken of in reference to some additional qualification, that it is corruption stemming from brutishness or disease, but not corruption without qualification. So in the same manner there is clearly also the lack of self-restraint that is brutish, and the lack of it that stems from disease. But only that which relates to human licentiousness is lack of self-restraint in the unqualified sense. Literally, treated with hubris, Aristotle uses here the active and passive forms of kratein, the verb related to the terms for self-restraint, enkrateia, and lack of self-restraint, akrasia. 147. It is clear, then, that lack of self-restraint and self-restraint are concerned only with the matters to which licentiousness and moderation pertain, and that the lack of self-restraint pertaining to other things is another form of it, which is spoken of as lack of self-restraint only metaphorically and not unqualifiedly. Chapter 6. But let us observe also that the lack of self-restraint related to spiritedness is less shameful than that pertaining to desires. For spiritedness seems to hear reason in some way, but to mishear it, like swift servants who run off before they hear what is said in its entirety and then err in carrying out the command, or as dogs bark if there is merely a knock at the door, before examining whether it is a friend. So spiritedness, because of its heated and swift nature, hears something, and though it does not hear an order, it sets off after revenge. For speech or imagination has made clear that there is a hubristic insult or slight, and spiritedness, as if it inferred from a syllogism that one ought to wage war against such a thing, immediately becomes harsh. But as for desire, if reason or sense perception merely says that something is pleasant, it sets off after enjoyment. As a result, spiritedness follows reason in a way, but desire does not. Desire, then, is more shameful. For someone who lacks self-restraint when it comes to spiritedness is in a way conquered by reason, whereas the other person is conquered by desire and not by reason. Further, there is greater sympathy, or forgiveness, for someone who follows the natural longings, since there is more sympathy also for those who follow such desires as are common to all and insofar as they are common. Spiritedness and harshness are more natural than other desires, for what is excessive, that is, the unnecessary desires, just like the person who defended himself for striking his father by saying, "And he struck his father, and his father struck his," and, pointing to his own son, said, "And he will strike me, when he becomes a man." It runs in our family. And the man who was being dragged by his son bade him stop by the doors, for he himself dragged his own father only that far. Further, those who hatch plots are more unjust than are those who act from spiritedness. The man characterized by spiritedness, then, is not a plotter, nor is spiritedness itself, rather it is open, whereas desire is, just as they assert of Aphrodite, a weaver of wiles, Cyprus born, 31, and as Homer says of her embroidered girdle, its alluring words, which stole the mind even of one who is most sensible, as a result. If in fact this lack of self-restraint is more unjust and more shameful than that bound up with spiritedness, it is also lack of self-restraint unqualifiedly and, in a way, vice as well. Further, no one acts hubristically while feeling pain, but everyone who does something in anger, does so while feeling pain, whereas the hubristic person acts with pleasure. If, then, those things are more unjust, at which it is especially just to be angry, so also is the lack of self-restraint connected with desire, for in spiritedness there is no hubris. It is clear, then, that the lack of self-restraint pertaining to desire is more shameful than that pertaining to spiritedness, and that there is in fact a self-restraint and lack of self-restraint pertaining to bodily desires and pleasures. But one must grasp the distinctions among these very desires and pleasures. For, just as was said at the beginning, some are human and natural in both kind and magnitude, but others are brutish, and some arise through defects and diseases. Of these, it is only with the first ones that moderation and licentiousness are concerned. Hence too, we do not say of brute animals that they are either moderate or licentious, except metaphorically, and only if some one kind of animal differs as a whole from another in hubris, destructiveness, and voraciousness. For they do not possess choice or calculation, but do depart from the natural, just as madmen do among human beings. But brutishness is a lesser thing than vice, even though it is more frightening, for the better part of the soul has not been ruined in the case of a brute animal, as it has been in a human being who is vicious. Rather, the brute animal does not have that better part. It is similar, then, to comparing an inanimate thing to an animate one, as to which is worse, baseness that does not possess its own starting point, or principle, is always less harmful than that which does possess it, and intellect is such a starting point. It is akin, then, to comparing injustice itself to an unjust human being, for there is a way in which each is worse than the other. A bad human being could produce 10,000 times more bad things than could a brute animal. The author of this line is unknown. Book 7, Chapter 7, Chapter 7. But as for the pleasures, pains, desires, and aversions that arise through touch and taste, which both licentiousness and moderation were earlier defined as being concerned with. It is possible for someone to be such as to be defeated by those that the majority of people are stronger than, and it is possible to be such as to overpower those by which the majority are defeated. In these cases, one person lacks self-restraint concerning pleasures, another is self-restrained. One person is soft when it comes to pains, another steadfast. But the characteristic belonging to most people is in between these, even if people incline more toward the worse characteristics. Now, some pleasures are necessary, others not, and the former are necessary only up to a certain point. Those that are excessive are not necessary, and neither are the deficient ones, and what concerns desires and pains is similar. Given all this, the person who pursues the excessive pleasures, in an excessive way or through choice, doing so for the sake of the pleasures themselves and for nothing else that results from them, is licentious. For this person necessarily feels no regret and so is incurable, since the person without regret is incurable. But he who falls short is the opposite, he who is in the middle, moderate. And similar is the case of someone who avoids the bodily pains not because he is defeated by them but through choice. Now, among those who do not choose, one type is led by pleasure, another by avoiding the pain arising from desire, and so they differ from each other. It would seem to everyone to be worse if someone should do something shameful, though he felt no desire for it or only a mild one, than if he should so act because of a strong desire, just as it would seem to be worse if someone should strike another without being angry at him than if he did so in anger. For what would such a person do, were he in the grip of a passion? Hence the licentious person is worse than the one lacking self-restraint. So, of the characteristics mentioned, the one is rather a form of softness, whereas the other person is licentious. He who lacks self-restraint lies opposite the self-restrained person, the steadfast opposite the soft. For being steadfast consists in holding out against something, whereas self-restraint consists in overpowering it, and or, the many, hoi polloi, here and in the next clause. Holding out is different from overpowering, just as not being defeated is different from winning. Hence self-restraint is also more choice-worthy than steadfastness. But the person who falls short in relation to what the majority strain against and are capable of, he is soft and delicate. For such delicacy is in fact a sort of softness. For example, he who lets his cloak drag, so that he not suffer the pain of lifting it up, and who, though he imitates someone sickly, does not suppose that he himself is wretched, similar though he is to the wretched. The case is similar also as regards self-restraint and lack of self-restraint. For if someone is defeated by strong and excessive pleasures or pains, that is not to be wondered at. Rather, he is apt to receive sympathy if he at least strains against them, just as Theodectes' Philoctetes did when struck by the viper, or Circean in the elope of Carcinus, and just like those who, though they attempt to restrain their laughter, burst out laughing all at once, such as happened to Xenophantes. But it is to be wondered at if somebody is defeated by and unable to strain against those pleasures and pains that the majority are able to hold out against, when this is not due to the nature of one's stock or to illness, like the softness of the Scythian kings due to their stock, and as the female is distinguished from the male. And someone fond of amusement is held to be licentious but is actually soft, for play is relaxation, if in fact it is recreation, or rest, and the person fond of amusement is among those who are excessive when it comes to this. One part of the lack of self-restraint is impetuosity, another weakness. Some people deliberate but then do not abide by their deliberations on account of the relevant passion, while others, because they do not deliberate, are led by the passion. For just as those who anticipate being tickled are unaffected by being tickled, so too some who perceive and see in advance what is coming, and so rouse themselves and their calculation in Book 7, Chapter 8 advance, are not defeated by the relevant passion, whether it is pleasant or painful. And it is especially the keen and the melancholic whose lack of self-restraint is of the impetuous sort, for neither the former, on account